Uh, COVID has given this tailwind to the entire industry because of which one can build global companies out of India very, very quickly, better than ever before. I think this creates an opportunity for the whole ecosystem rather than only one side of the ecosystem. So it creates an opportunity for entrepreneurs that, of course, they can make a lot of money. It creates an opportunity for government because it creates this whole thing which will create millions of jobs and actually change the economic status of a lot of people in India. So automatically, it's very, very big and large opportunity for the government. Obviously, an investor like me, I've invested in 20 companies, and I think it's a great opportunity for the investors also because the exponential returns one gets from digital businesses is not going to happen in any other format per se. Lastly, I think I would say that digital has given India a sort of a competitive advantage in a global world because today is almost democratized, or they say geography is history. Today, you can build a global firm from scratch from India without actually having multiple offices. So I think it also gives you, if you want to go into a physical industry, replicating a store somebody has or going and setting up offices in multiple countries becomes very difficult. But because of COVID, in a way, there is a tailwind, and you can actually establish a global company out of India very, very quickly. And I think all of the entrepreneurs should actually plan for it. I think this requires some change in the mindset of all of us. It requires a change of mindset of entrepreneurs. So I think the first mindset change of entrepreneurs has to be that how do we build product companies rather than services companies? So let me give you an example. Uh, if you take the last 30 years, there was this need of services companies. We came from a position of scarcity, and services companies have a much larger rate of success. So I think building services companies like Infosys, TCS was essential for the country, and that's what we've done. But the next 10 years, there is an opportunity and a need to create product companies. So let me give you an example, right? That today we are very, very proud of what Infosys has created, but there are 250,000 people in Infosys, and the market cap is $42 billion. If you take Microsoft today, as 150,000 people, market cap is $1,600 billion. So the last 30 years, there was a need to create Infosys, TCS kind of company. The next 10 years, there is a need to create a Google or Facebook or an Amazon or, you know, Microsoft kind of companies. And I think all of us entrepreneurs in my 20 company portfolio that I invested in, every one of them is a product company. So I think earlier when I started the business first time around, I was not getting capital for a product company because it's a lot riskier. But today there is a capital available, and the product companies can create an exponential growth, which services companies find it difficult to do. So I think we are in this unique opportunity. It is going to be a tough journey. There's one quote that has always motivated me. That quote is that entrepreneurs live a few years of their life like most people won't, so that they can live the rest of their life like most people can't. So basically, I've seen that it is a tough journey. Building a product company, raising capital, taking it global, all these things, it requires a lot of time and effort. And I think if entrepreneurs who are willing to give that effort, I think can gain exponential returns for the efforts. I think at this point in time, I look at it from this point of view that the mindset has to change for even from the government's point of view and the parents' point of view. I was fortunate enough to visit Israel a few years ago, and there I read up this book called Startup Nation. And the interesting part was that a mother in Israel actually wants the first preference for their children to is to take up entrepreneurship. Only if they fail in entrepreneurship, then she's okay with them taking up a job. So basically, the whole culture is that entrepreneurship is the first option. So 20, 30 years ago, our parents wanted us to be safe and secure and at least make sure that our ends are met. At that point in time, we encourage everybody to basically take a very secure job. But today, I think we can give our children wings. They can at least attempt, and they say that in great attempts, it is glorious even to fail. So at least we can give them the wings to try. And I think that cultural mindset can be very, again, very useful. The last cultural mindset that needs to be done, even at the government level, at the whole ecosystem level. Because if you ask me today, if you want to build a global company out of India, there are so many opportunities out there, but the whole mindset has to be that entrepreneurs will drive the future of the country. they'll create jobs, they'll create wealth. They are the ones who are going to give it back to the country. How do we create systems that basically encourage entrepreneurship? So I'll give you a simple example. Right now, we 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 were part of the startup program of the policy of the government. But if I open an office in US, it's considered as me taking equity in a US company. So then suddenly I lose my startup status. But the fact of the matter is, I'm a startup and I want to build this company into 20 countries, but being based out of India. So how do we actually look at things by which we can create a multiplier or dialogue and really help some of the entrepreneurs and people like me who are second time entrepreneurs? We have to figure out how do we take feedback and create a thing where we can create these large global companies out of India. So it has been a fascinating experience for me, the first time around as entrepreneurship, and I feel I'm very happy with the initiative that IMA and Government of Haryana has taken with Heartron and the things they're doing. Uh, at this note, I think I've seen, I think Mr. AK Singh and Mr. Saket Kumar both have joined us. So I'll probably hand it over to Nishta and then I can do a small introduction for them. Nishta, you want to come over back in again?
Yes, sir. Actually, we're just waiting for the Mr. Rajneesh Mittal to join from Dr. Saket's office.
Okay.
Uh, I think Mr. Singh would not be able to join at the moment.
Okay. So, okay. So, do you want me to continue?
Yes, sir. That's what.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I would like to share some learnings about entrepreneurship, which I feel are very critical if all of us want to create something, global or something larger. So I think the first thing is that entrepreneurship is about, I believe, is about burning your boats. So I'll give you my own example. I used to work in a family business, and my father had said that, don't leave the family business because if you leave, then you will not be able to join in. Start a company, appoint a general manager, start attending the office a few hours a day. If it takes off, then you leave the family business. But fortunately, I had read books where they talk of this concept called burning your boats. So there was this general who went to an island and he realized that he had 10,000 people he had taken for war. The island had 30,000 people. And basically, there were chances that they would get massacred. So what he advised his general to do was to burn the boats. So now this thing is there was no way out. The only way out was to basically conquer the island, and they did. So this concept of burning the boats is when I left the family business or whatever thing you plan to leave, don't be in two minds. I think if you burn your boats, the chances of you succeeding will be very high. Because when I went through tough times, if I had this door that I could go back to the family business, I would have definitely gone back to the family business. Because I didn't leave that option open, automatically allowed me to keep on persisting. And they say that money grows on the trees of persistence. A lot of times, these are skill sets like resilience, persistence. These skill sets are not taught in schools and colleges. They have to be learned yourself. Uh, Second thing is, I believe as an entrepreneur, it's very important that we keep learning. I think entrepreneurship is probably one of the most creative professions in the world. People don't realize it, but entrepreneurs have to be creative almost every day. Every day there is a problem to be solved, and one has to be very innovative about solving that problem. So the way you increase your creativity is by learning as many things as you can learn across various walks of life. Because the way we are living is no longer about digital as a marketing or a communication medium. Digital is the age we're living in. Digital plays a role of a catalyst across every single facet of our organization. And because it changes so rapidly, one has to keep on learning all the time. And I feel that the more things you learn, the more it connects the dots. And let me give you a few examples to elaborate the point. Everybody's heard of the story of Steve Jobs and how, in his talk called Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish, he talked about this incident where he learned calligraphy, and the calligraphy allowed him to create sort of the first interface of Macintosh. And they say the beautiful fonts that we see today in computers is because of a side class that Steve Jobs did in his college. So sometimes what happens is that when you learn more and more things, the dots connect and they make you a superior you, a superior lawyer, superior doctor, superior leader, superior entrepreneur, superior everything. So the more and more things you learn, I've seen in my life, I've learned 25 different things, and each one of them have connected dots eventually and made me a superior entrepreneur or a leader or a speaker or all the things that is my core competencies. Yeah, sure. Mr. Let me know when you want to. Uh,
Sure, sir.
yeah, so I'll.
So I would like to welcome Mr. Dhawan, consultant to Department of Industry and Commerce, Government of Haryana. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, ma'am. Me and Mr. Mittal. In this
Welcome, Mr.
point of Haryana.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Rajneesh Mittal, on the behalf of Department of Industries and Commerce, wishes best of luck to all the budding entrepreneurs, startups. Are always with the startup companies. We always promote their growth. We also always wish their growth. And I also wish Vivek ji for the second entrepreneur and doing very well. And we wish that he will go to the top and will make a startup a very flourishing company in the country. Now, Mr. Dhaval will tell something about our proposed Haryana employment and enterprise policy, which is going to be introduced soon in the state.
Good morning.
Can't believe it.
Am I audible? One book
Yeah.
is about Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish. Rashmi Mansal one. It's quite motivational for the people, for the new budding entrepreneurs. Second is about Startup Nation, which apparently is I would call it also a menu or a learning for the government or public life to grow, how we can really help startups grow as well. So with these two things and couple of other aspects and the knowledge base which is available in building startup ecosystem, as we have understood that government in Haryana, there are many startups and the kind of funding which we have got, even during COVID period, the VC funding to all startups are actually mind-boggling, blowing in one way or other. We hope that this will continue. We hope the VC and mentorship community will keep coming us. Many of our services have been recognized by Government of India as best practice in startup domain, like prior experience, like mechanism for resolving grievances of startups, anything, And even in the new policy, we offered different kind of incentives. It starts from entire life cycle of startups and all those incentives which are applicable in all other types of industry, be it MSME, large, mega, ultra mega, they're all will be available for startups as well, be it interest subsidy, be it other SGS related components. This policy is going to be launched soon. So I would suggest that we will look at the details when this policy is notified, finally and formally. We also plan to have world-class incubators available and also like to give it to every district. Every district should have momentum for startups and enjoy the momentum of startups by all our local people. We are also offering some kind of financial assistance under the development programs, EDPs, which will really help startups to grow and have a seed money step up. This is, and we also focus on a couple of startups who can come up in various other fields. We have seen startups coming in fintech and all fields. We also want them to come, encourage them to come in other fields, explore other fields, can help in our own issue resolution by the government and people. Thank you very much. Sir. I'll give it to Mittalji.
Thanks. Government of Haryana Industries Department is very keen for the growth of the startups in the states. Already we have 13 incubators in the state of Haryana. Gurgaon is one district of the state in which there is a very good scope for the startups. We wish the new startup should come to this district and will start flourishing their business, which will be best for the state as well as the entrepreneurs. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Nishta?
Thank you, sir. Vivek, sir, if you would like to please continue.
Sure.
Yes.
And okay, sure. So on this note, I think at least let me give you a little background of Thrive One and basically this This concept started last year. The first Thrive was in Gurugram last year. And I think it was a very interesting event where we were able to get thought leaders, entrepreneurs, investors, mentors, academicians all under the same umbrella and shared their vision of how startups need to evolve all over the world. The conference that we've started, IMAI and Government of Haryana has started, is all focused on how do we celebrate the best of the startups in India? How do we bring them together? And how do we actually help them either get incubation? How do we actually help them tap the potential that they have in themselves to create global companies out of India? And we would like to expose them to as many entrepreneurs, mentors, investors possible to help them achieve the business outcome they desire from the startup. The Haryana state government has a startup policy in 2017 that it is committed to creating working to create exponential companies in the Indian startup system, encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship at scale. The government has also taken a noteworthy step of promoting entrepreneurial culture in the state through Hatron Multi-Skill Development Center in Gurugram. It's one of the best initiatives that has been created in the country. And I think today we are in this very interesting part of the world where entrepreneurship is now beginning to get celebrated. So when I was talking with the cultural mindset they were talking about, I think that is the most important thing, that how do we get to celebrate entrepreneurs? I still come from this background where when I was a child, when 8, 9 years old, and I would be playing cricket in my building, without trying to sound condescending, but we were taught when we were 6 years old that if the guy is rich, uska father smuggler hoega. So it's all almost like, it seems funny and now, but the fact of the matter is it was impossible to conceive 35, 40 years ago that a person is rich and he's made money through a legitimate manner. But today we are living in a world where all of us see there's so many awesome entrepreneurs in India who have become extremely wealthy. They've created wealth, but we know for sure that they have created this wealth completely through a life of integrity. So I think that is the biggest thing, that how do we create this culture where we respect entrepreneurship in the country? And it has to be done at all levels. It has to be done at where we encourage our children to become entrepreneurs. The government encourages entrepreneurs and doesn't look at them with eyes of suspiciousness. The entire bureaucrat community, including the income tax, looks at it from a positive point of view, instead of saying that, okay, every person who has got a certain income or tax has to come under scrutiny. So all the time, right? So I think it's very important that the cultural mindset has to happen, that we have reached a phase in our lives of the country that today wealth is possible to be created without any act which is on the side of is against integrity, right? So I think that mindset change is what the country needs. Entrepreneurs, I think, as I was talking about, creating that product culture is very important. The learnability, I would like to complete my story of that. The more and more things you learn, the more better you will become as an entrepreneur. So let's say I've been learning mentalism. So mentalism, I learned, it basically taught me, and it gives you a lot of higher recall value. I'm in sales, so people remember you more if you guess their password. I learned stand-up comedy. It makes me a better speaker when I'm speaking. So automatically, even in a party, I can make people laugh, because of which, again, it creates that ability to make more friends and more people remember you. So every single thing that you learn, even like last 4 months, I've been learning Urdu. Just learning Urdu and writing sher o shairi has given me so much clarity in my mind of what I should be doing in decision making. So let me give you one example of a sher I wrote and how it helped me in decision making. So I wrote that उम्र निकल गई सच के रास्ते पे, संजीदगी आपके एक झूठ ने ले आया हमको आखिरी मोड़ पे. So basically, I spent my entire life leading a life of integrity, and inadvertently, shyly, demurely, you said one lie, and now both of us have come to this dead end where we have no future together. So what I look at it is that leading a life of integrity is not adequate. Having a business partner, having colleagues, having a company, having your boss, having your family, every single person that you associate with, if they don't have the same values of integrity, then one of them could bring you to a dead end. So I become extremely careful of people who I partner with, who I do business with, who I work for, who I employ, And this becomes a very integral part of the way I'm trying to build the company. So I think what the more and more things you learn, you will be surprised that how it benefits you in becoming better at what you want to do. I think, as I said about innovation and creativity, at all points of time, I think today almost all industries are going to go get some disruption. So that there are two ways to look at life, right? One is look at life that, okay, COVID has happened, now what do I do? The other thing is that now COVID that has happened, which are the industries, which are the companies that is basically going to get the tailwind, and how do I actually take steps in that right direction? So just imagine, right? You had a competitor who was so far ahead of you, so far ahead of you that it was impossible to catch up with him. But now look at it, what COVID has done, right? Everybody has been brought up to the starting line all over again. So the fact of the matter is now you have a bigger chance of actually, beating him than you would have had earlier, because now everybody's in the starting line. Everybody has been forced to stop. So I think the way you look at life, the way you look at businesses, I think it's very, very critical to have at least clarity in your head that, okay, how am I going to use the current situation and sort of use it to my advantage? Because it's always easy to complain that, I didn't get good cards. So if you're playing, cards and you didn't get, the sequence, or you didn't get the flush, or you didn't get the three aces in your hand, but the fact of the matter is this is what you were dealt. Make do with it, because you can cry as much as you want, but your cards are not going to change. So the fact of the matter is people who are able to accept the cards they have in their life, and they are the ones who actually persist. So over the last 14 years, we went through at least almost two bankruptcies. First was when the dot-com bust had happened, and second was when the financial bust had happened. But we persisted. We kept on coming back, kept on coming back. So in fact, an entrepreneur was asked that, how did you succeed? So he says that I jumped at the right opportunities. He says, but like, how did you know which were the right opportunities? So he said that I didn't. I kept jumping. So it's important that all of us have this philosophy of keeping jumping, right? So I spoke a little bit about integrity. I would like to elaborate this a little bit more. They did a study, and they came out with what are the skill sets entrepreneurs need to succeed. And the study was done over a 20 or 30-year period. So when they wrote down what are the things that has helped them succeed. So there's obviously hard work, there was education, there was friendship, there's a network, there was family, there's all these different skill sets, including skill sets luck. The interesting part was luck came number 17 in it. So when you look at a 30-year period, actually, everybody gets almost equal amount of luck. When you look at a 1-year period, yes, some people are more lucky than the others. When you look at a 30-year period, everybody got some opportunities, which people can call it lucky. So luck doesn't come in the first 10. And integrity actually featured among the top 1 or 2. Basically, they said was that leading a life of integrity allowed them to build successful businesses and become rich. And when you look at it from a 30-year period, I think it's very, very critical, because the compounding that happens on integrity is phenomenal. These are exponential things, right? So what happens is 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 8, becomes 16. The bigger reputation you have, it may not give you immediate money first year, but over a period of time it compounds, and then finally you get a premium for everything you sell. So it's very, very critical to build up these skill sets, which are not being taught in schools and colleges. These skill sets can be as skill sets like communication, creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, resilience, learnability. And I think the more and more skill sets we all learn as entrepreneurs, I think we'll be able to build superior businesses. One other thing that I would like to cover is that I think a lot of times we are conditioned to basically look at a business model and then build up a similar business model. So I was lucky enough to do this course called Disruptive Strategy from Harvard, where Professor Clay Christensen is the teacher of the course. I did that course in March online, and he had passed away in Jan, so just 2 months before I started the course. One of the most wonderful professors Harvard has ever produced. He wrote a book called Innovator's Dilemma. And one of the key things that he said about disruption is that disruption cannot happen from within. And there are 3 components of a business. There is resources, there is processes, and there is a profit formula. A lot of times you have to innovate in all these 3 pillars of businesses. If you do what people have done in the past, it was built 20 years ago, it was built 30 years ago, it was built 10 years ago. that's not going to survive the future. We have to look at it in the current situation of things. What changes do I need to make to that business in order for it to work? Right? Let's take an example. When we were looking at this partnership in the new company that we started, we're trying to connect the ad tech world with the martech world. And that's a very, very big problem to solve. Because what happens is that today, whatever information you collect from the consumer in the advertising stack, it doesn't get transferred when person downloads the app. And whatever you do with an ATM for a bank, it doesn't get transferred to the advertising world. If you can connect both these systems, then you will create efficiencies across both these things. And then we said, okay, now can we innovate on the profit formula also? How do we charge companies? And so charging them a media fee, can we take a share of the profit? So I think all of us who are trying to attempt building companies, is very, very important that we look at new profit formulas, new innovations in existing businesses, and how it's going to get disrupted. Let me give you one other interesting example of a company that I funded, and how, because of COVID, they've just suddenly completely pivoted the business model. And if they had a potential of X, like 3 months ago, I think the potential now has become 1000X. Right? So this company was a simple company. They were aggregating co-working spaces. So the last 2 years, they built this software that allows you to aggregate co-working spaces. So every employee gets a PIN code, they can walk to the office. So you don't have a central office. Every employee gets an office close to their house. But now we realize that the software that we built over the last 2 years can be very easy for office management. So let's say you have 1,000 people, but you have only 200 seats of an office. You can license our app in a way. First 1 month is free to all 1,000 people. And then what happens is that they can choose which days they want to attend office. So everybody gets about 7-8 days in the office. So every person could reduce their office space by half or 1/3 and still manage it very, very efficiently. And then you would know exactly the number of seats you need. So this pivot suddenly has created this larger than life opportunity for the company. So I think it's very important. All of us have to keep on thinking, how do we look at new opportunities in existing businesses before our business gets disrupted? Because with exponential technology, that's what the challenge is. Something that was one yesterday, in a 1 year period, one could have become 2, 8, 16, 32, and within a year, it's become larger than life. So if we identify what are the challenges our industry is going to face because of these exponential technologies sort of conquering the world, I think we'll be able to prepare for those disruptions and sort of either face them or use that as a tailwind and use exponential technologies to disrupt other industries and create awesome companies. Yeah. Yeah, Nishna, you want me to continue or somebody else would like to speak?
No, sir, no one else is joining. So it's all up to you. If you would like to close, we can do it now, sir.
Yeah, I think, I can close.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us here today and doing the opening remarks. It was an absolute pleasure to hear you. Special thanks to our partners and attendees for supporting the event. I request all the attendees to please visit the exhibition during the break. The next session commences at 10:40 a.m. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Vivek was the CEO at iProspect India, a part of the DAN Group. Now welcoming our speaker for the session, Mr. Rahul Narvekar, founder, Startup Studio India, and founder CEO, the Indian Network. Welcome both of you, sir. I would like to give a little bit of intro into the Mr. Rahul Narvekar's profile. Mr. Narvekar has had an interesting life journey so far, starting with his first venture in 1994 in advertising space, and having worked for various retail real estate companies, including DLF. Rahul co-founded www.fashionandyou.com in 2009. In 2013, he set up IndianRoots.com with NDTV, which became a multi-million-dollar company in just 2 years. And then he founded the Indian Network, a platform for people from across the startup ecosystem to connect with high focus on tier 2, 3, 4, 5 cities. I welcome both of you. Now I request Mr. Bhargava to kindly take this discussion forward. Thank you.
Okay, so Rahul, I'd like to start off this discussion with a simple thing. What actually is a brand only here? Because I think a lot of times I feel that nobody knows what a brand is. What are your thoughts? What is a brand?
I would say anything which makes the promise of something is a brand. So for instance, I have a bottle of water here, it says Bailey's. Okay, so when the moment I see this Bailey, in a sense, I have a certain expectation that this is hygienic, it's clean water. Okay, that is the promise that this brand makes to me. But when I look at, say, Perrier, Perrier in my mind is posh French soda. Okay, so if I'm ordering a bottle of Perrier, I think most of the brands that I know, I don't know the utility of it. It's the promise of it which is what talks to me, right? So brand in my definition would be a promise made to whoever is going to be your customer.
So how does an entrepreneur know that his company has a brand? Has he been able to build a brand, or is on the process of building a brand? Because the biggest challenge is, right, like I come from advertising, where we have this joke that all advertising that cannot be measured, हम बोलते हैं उससे brand building हो रही है.
Because उसमें आप फंसते नहीं हो. उसमें आप फंसते नहीं.
So how do we?
But as a startup, I'll tell you, like when we were doing fashion in you, okay. So first, and if I've seen most startups in the initial phase, it's only about selling, right? So either you're trying to acquire a huge bunch of customers or you're trying to get revenue. And especially in today's day and age, when you want to raise money, you need to show that hyper growth or the hockey stick curve or whatever. Us time pe, whatever I've seen is two things. One is you're not so much focused per se on the brand, but as in terms of numbers. But of late, what is very interesting to see is for most startup founders, this whole narrative wala funda has grown big. Okay. If your narrative is big enough, your actual numbers don't matter. And that's where I see this mad rush to build a brand. So from an Oyo to my favorite Cred. Okay. So I was interestingly in Bangalore and I was chatting with somebody from Kunal ka fundraise ka news aaya tha 800 million. And we all laughed and said, yaar, abhi tak kisi ko business model samajh mein nahi aaya Cred ka. In fact, they are also joking that if you know that, you can join us. Right? But Kunal has built such a big brand about himself being this massive thinker, strategic guy. यार कुणाल बोल रहा है मुझे एक्चुअल समझ नहीं आ रहा बट ठीक है यार पैसे ले ले इन्वेस्टर यही बोल रहा है दैट वाज द जोक अराउंड द टेबल एंड द Cred has built this incredible positioning for itself where you can say high trust whatever. I think they have created FOMO. Okay, so all of us would say हाँ यार मेरा 800 से ज्यादा स्कोर है मतलब मैं Cred का मतलब मेरा 800 से ज्यादा स्कोर है वरना मेरा सिविल खराब है and nobody wants to say कि मेरा सिविल खराब है, right? But it's what almost more than a year now to Cred, and honestly, I've met very smart people. Nobody's figured out. Okay, there are theories of this is what the journey is of Cred or whatever. But Kunal has been able to build a brand so heavy that it's a 800 million valuation where people have put money on the table, right?
No, but I think, as you said, right, I think that sometimes what happens is there are businesses that are chasing, valuation and they're chasing funding. And then the thing is, there are some businesses that have funding or chasing business model. So, that is, but I think
what you said now, aaj ki date mein, I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. A lot of startup founders believe if I build a brand, big enough brand, and I raise enough capital, then model बाद में figure out कर लेंगे पैसे बैंक में पड़े हुए हैं.
But
and the best example is Oyo, right? That they came in saying something, they kept pivoting, changing, whatever. Today, while the whole industry sort of band बच गई है, Oyo is in that comfortable situation saying मेरे पास $1 billion बैंक में है. अब मैं figure out करता हूँ मैं town house करूंगा या उसको scrap कर दूंगा. Do I go back to budget? Do I go and acquire properties in Las Vegas? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. If I were to take two things, right? I think somebody had once, I read somewhere that a brand has to have very two clear purposes, right? One clear purpose is either the brand should allow you to charge more or the brand should allow you to sell more. If it meets either or both of these purposes, then you have a brand, right? 100 रुपए का पानी है तुम्हारा, भी पानी 100 रुपए का है, तुम्हारा ब्रांड नहीं है. तुम उसका 500 रुपए ले लोगे, पेरियर व्हाटएवर एक्सेस है, तुम ब्रांड है. या तो कोई जना 100 बेचता है, तुम 1000 बेचते हो तो तुम्हारा ब्रांड है. मतलब बेसिकली द थिंग इज very clearly, right? Because the other problem is now that, Rahul, that it's become almost like what is a brand is a sum of all your experiences of that product or service over a period of time. And now because of social media, and things like TripAdvisor. It's also some of experiences of your friends and family and some of the experiences of even strangers. So all put together becomes whatever you would call it as a brand, right? And the challenge entrepreneurs are facing is that who do you build a brand with? I think that's another question that I had for you is that because 20% of the customers give you 200% of the profits. So at the end of the day, in the earlier days, you had to stand for, let's say, safety as Volvo, but then you had to communicate it to people who would be worried about it. But now, let's say to a certain extent, a Ferrari also is safe, right? And if I'm planning to buy a Ferrari, my wife may stop me from buying so, but I have to convince her it's a safe car, and she may search for Ferrari safety. And automatically, she has to be communicated that Ferrari is a safe car, right? 0 to 100 in 2.7 seconds will not work with her, right? So the thing is, first thing is, who do you build a brand with? And in this day and age where the needs that I have from a brand is unique to me as a single person, then what happens is you cannot go and say, I'm Volvo, मैं सबको safety बेचूंगा. So how do you sort of walk this path? What is your thoughts on it?
So I would say for a lot of founders, the challenge is the courage to say, I am not going to be this. This is not my audience. This is who I am. But that's also because when you're starting out, most of us, we start off with something and then you get tempted saying, अच्छा ये भी कर लेता हूँ. This also अगर ये आ रहा है customer तो इसको भी ले लूँ. Okay. Especially in the premium luxury, like for a Ferrari, I'm sure there must have been a lot of times they would have been tempted to launch a low cost variant of a Ferrari to have more market share. They have had the courage to say, no, this is what we are and this is what we'll stick to. Okay. For a lot of founders, the challenge is when you're looking at building a brand, because in startups, you sort of, the word is pivot, but you sort of find your way, right? I have not seen many startups saying, this is who I am, this is who I'm going to stay. As you go into the journey, you sort of evolve. But then as a brand, you need to be consistent with one messaging. Okay. So like we learned that in Fashion and You. We started what as a limited, managed, protected marketplace for luxury brands at a discount. And of course, luxury and discount doesn't go together. So we have to be very clear with our positioning. But as we started raising funding and money from the Sequoias of the world and LVPs of the world, they wanted more growth. And of course, luxury is limited, right? And especially luxury with the old season stock. So we started putting it a lot of stuff which was not actually luxury. And that is what where we got screwed as Fashion and You. Because what had happened, we had established a very strong positioning as a Fashion and You बेच रहा है तो मतलब ये brand luxury है genuinely. And when that trust started getting broken once, twice, thrice, the whole mothership got screwed, right? And that's what I see a lot of brands struggling with. That you say, this is who I am, this is my promise. And then with my actions, so I keep saying this, but with my actions, that promise keeps getting broken or confused. And that's where a lot of brands sort of go away, especially the new age brands. So,
but sorry, but it's sometimes, Rahul, what happens is that they say, right, it takes 1,000 days for a business model to actually get formed up. So a startup doesn't know for the first 1,000 days what the business is going to be. So that point of time, what should a startup do? Because
honestly, Vivek, in today's time, that thing is getting challenged because when we started building out Fashion and You, we raised our first round of funding 10 months after we went live. But we were, of course, working for a lot of months before we went live, right? But today's day and age, I see founders who have thought of an idea and they're already thinking of their first fundraise and second fundraise and third fundraise. Okay. So today, the most common joke is the day you get your first fundraise, you are already starting to pitch for the next round. So most of these guys don't have the luxury of 1,000 days. उतना तो कोई सोच ही नहीं रहा है. Now thanks to COVID, वो timeline और shrink हो गया. So very rare companies are saying, okay, I'm going to have the luxury of 1,000 days के बाद, we'll arrive at this. And unfortunately, most investors want very fixed answers to certain questions, right? Can you अभी बताओ? And if honestly as a founder, if I'm pitching to as an investor, I say, Vivek, I know the direction, but मोटा, but I'm not very sure right now. तो sure नहीं तो मैं तेरे को check क्यों काटूं?
No, but what if let's say, so I've gone through that process very recently, right? So I know. So what I've done is I said, this is my big, hairy, audacious goal. This is what I want to achieve. But there are multiple ways to skin the cat. But these are the 3-4 pilots I've identified. These are bullets. Now I'm calibrating them. I'm putting in $100,000 for each of these bullets. I don't know which bullet is going to hit the target. जब वो calibrate होके hit करेगा, तब उसमें मैं cannonball डालूंगा, and I'm going to throw 2-3 cannonballs, right? But the thing is, I'm still constantly thinking, because as long as my big hairy rotations go over a 10-year period is ये. Now, how I'm going to reach there, I don't know what will make they reach there sooner and faster, whatever it is, right? So I'm finding these bullets. So, because see, I think, Rahul, the challenge is, right, that sometimes what happens is, because you raise capital, because you say, this is what I'm going to do, and then when you're 25% down the journey, you realize that this is not what it's like. I'll give you an example, right? Kunal and Snapdeal, right? They built a coupons or a Groupon kind of a business, went to China, realized how to work, came back, resold the idea of what Snapdeal has become today to the investors, pivot the entire model, right? So I think it's very important that we know. Okay, when you reach halfway through the mountain, then you realize that there is a mountain which is 20 times bigger next to you, right? But niche say both the mountains look alike. So then at that point in time, a lot of entrepreneurs say, "Nahi, theek hai, I'm just going to keep climbing, even though I'm missing out on the biggest opportunity of my life." So sometimes you have to then be fair and come down and start climbing the next mountain, right? So because that's how you're going to create tremendous amount of wealth for your shareholder also. So how should entrepreneurs handle this, where they're pressurized to do something because they committed to it before they got down and got their hands dirty, and they realize that, what, this is what I was supposed to be for these kind of people, but I don't think this has as big a potential. But if I can be this for this kind of people, then I can make it 100x. So what should be the thing the entrepreneur should do?
So I would say, see, for people like us, we have done many things. We are serial entrepreneurs, so we have been there, done that. So we have some sense of what has worked, what has not. But a lot of these young entrepreneurs, and especially in the D2C space, which is very hot right now, will be doing it for the first time in their life, right? For them, this is the biggest challenge. That do I listen to? And today everybody's getting bombarded with stuff, right? So, and then you look at your competition, say, yaar, ye kar raha hai, so should I now adapt accordingly? I think the key here is the quality of your mentors. So if you have the right mentors who can give you, and you also implement that, okay? Because gyan lene jaoge to you can't benchmark. Most of these guys are trying to do stuff for the first time, and they are in a category which is for the first time, right? And unfortunately or fortunately, we are in a space, because thanks to COVID and digital expanding so fast, it's so fast, dynamic and changing ecosystem that, okay, Dollar Shave Club ho gaya, to aadmi bola, chalo theek hai, I'll also launch this. And I'm seeing a lot of people pivot so fast that I don't think they themselves are very sure what are they into. But the people who are standing out are the people who have surrounded themselves with the right advisors, mentors, team, and have sort of helped. So if I meet the Udaan team, or I meet all these new guys, Khatabook and Dukaan, all these guys, they are sort of rock solid in the midst of so much chaos. But this is what we are. But also the courage to say no. Although it's very tempting, हम ये नहीं करेंगे short term. This is the journey we are on. Like you said, now we are going to fire this bullet. But they're very sure these are the 10 bullets we are going to fire. Most people I see have no clue कि मुझे 10 बुलेट फायर करने हैं, 2 करने हैं, 100 करने हैं, मेरे पास बुलेट उतने हैं भी कि नहीं, they have no clue. They're just winging it.
So the other thought I had was that who should you build a brand with? So let me give you an example, right? If you're trying to build a luxury product, now there are only 70,000 people in India who pay tax over crore rupees and above. There are only 5,000 Centurion card holders in the country, the Amex Black Card. If you take people who have taken a 5 crore rupee plus loan, then only 67,000 people in India, right? So basically what happens is, a lot of times we go in this rat race for building a brand. Everybody should know me. But actually the people who should know us is only 100,000, 200,000, million, 2 million, right? So as long as those 2 million people know us, actually for our business model, that's good enough. So how do we find out that who should we build this brand with? Because this is one place where I feel a lot of entrepreneurs struggle. They think building a brand is everybody knowing us.
So again, I'll go back to my experience at Fashion Envy. Okay. We also had this data, but we also suddenly discovered that there is this whole underlying amount of people who have the wealth, but who are not captured by any statistics. Okay, the cash economy, as you say. And my experience in luxury has been, you can start at the very top and then sort of slice your. You have Armani Colaziani, but you can have Armani, but you can't do it the other way around. So Big Bazaar कितना भी खर्चा कर ले, कितना भी fancy बन जाए, it will never, you can never, nobody's going to buy Armani in Big Bazaar. So for luxury, first and foremost, your messaging has to be very clear. In luxury, what I've seen is, as long as you are slightly mysterious, limited edition, and it's a story, people will pay a premium for it. If you talk utility, nobody will pay a premium for utility. Okay. So most people who buy a Louis Vuitton handbag have no clue what the fabric of that bag is, right? Nor do they care. They are buying it for the statement carrying that bag makes. So the psychology of a luxury brand is much more important than the physical product of it. That's one. Secondly, the fuss around the brand, the way you get treated, okay, is what creates that whole brand as you say. So if you walk into an Emporium mall, okay, and if I see a brand I've never heard of, my immediate assumption is this has to be a luxury because it's an Emporium. So for all of this, for luxury, the neighborhood matters. Who are you next to? What is you have to create a sort of an entry barrier, which is what Kunal did very brilliantly with Cred. That you need a civil, it is only by invitation, but you have to have a civil score of 800 to qualify. Now suddenly you make it brag worthy and flauntable that I'm on Cred. And that's the key for luxury in India. That if it is brag worthy, if it creates FOMO, if it is flauntable, then it's luxury. And when we did Indian Roots, we were selling a lot of Sabyasachi and all these big designers. And I got this brilliant insight. So we used to sell Sabyasachi to Indians outside India, right? And Sabyasachi had this signature Pili Koti Lehenga, which was 3,80,000 rupees price. And of course, it's all made, right? It's a designer wear. So very early when we started Indian Roots, and of course we used to monitor every call, we got a call from this lady from the US saying, I want to buy this, but I don't want it in red, I want it in green. And this looks like a 5'10" model, 5 feet 10 inch model. I'm 5'4". So can it be? So the customer care executive came to me and said, this is the query. And I started laughing. I said, what nonsense, a designer piece. So jo color wo bolegi ban jayega, jo size banega ban jayega. But we had very specific instructions from Sabya's team that anything, any deviation, you have to take approval from us. So my customer care executive called up his team. And the lady there said, yes, of course we can do it, but it is 84,000 rupees extra. The moment I heard it, I said, give me the phone. I said, boss, एक बात बताओ, पहली बात तो each piece is handcrafted, it is individual, ठीक है? तो इसमें मतलब extra क्या? Then I said, logically, 5'10" का 5'4" है, तो कम material लगेगा, तो पैसे कम लगने चाहिए, ज्यादा क्यों? She said, Rahul, this has nothing to do with the product, it's branding. And I was very skeptical. But the moment the customer care told the lady, no, ma'am, yes, we can do it, it can be done for you, but it will cost you 80,000. She said, I'm not transferring the money right away. He's going to do it for me, right? And I just suddenly got this insight that, that's how you build a brand, Sabyasachi, right? That it's all the small things that you do. And then once I had taken my entire team to meet Sabya in Bombay in his store, and he started chatting with my team. There's this young girl in my team who started talking, and Sabya showed them a dress, which was in black and white. It was a lovely piece. And how do you like it? So this girl, Tusharika, she said, oh, Sabya, this is so good. So Sabya looked at her and said, you know what you're thinking? Yeah. You are thinking a red mein hota, he said, haan. So, why did I make it in black and white? So he said at one point, Sabyasachi, the brand became so big, and there is old money and new money, right? So he said old money was coming, but a lot of new money was coming to buy. And because so much new money was coming, the old money was going away. So he created two brands, Sabyasachi by Sabyasachi, which is stuff which looks very nice, but which is not, the new money would never wear, because if they are paying that kind of money, they want some Jatak, some stuff in it. But the old money would want very simple stuff, elegant stuff, right? So he said, I created old money, I don't make money there, but that brings in the new money. And that's where I make my money. So people who have invested so much thought process are the ones who are doing great in the luxury premium space, who understand that it's not about the product. It is about the story, it's about the small things, it's about packaging. You look at an Apple, my son is a complete Apple geek, right? Look at the amount of margin they have. But that is because the Steve Jobs would spend weeks obsessing over that one font and the sound the dabba makes when you pop it open, right? So when brands spend that much time thinking over stuff, they are able to command that kind of a premium.
I just bought a phone for my daughter. I have a Samsung Galaxy Fold 2, right? Which is like probably the best phone in the market. Dual screen, two batteries, yeah.
I
Oh,
bought
but
it
thing is,
because of you. I'm on a fold only.
but iPhone costed me more, right? So just stupidity, right? It's like if you take the Pro, it's more expensive. But boy, what you said is the brand, right?
Again, it's
But
not about the
today,
product.
not about the product. And I think all Apple's advertising also is exactly the same, right? When you see, it's almost you can't even figure out on the box, okay, what are the features of the product, right? It's just like the
Absolutely.
photograph, and like sometimes they just okay, we have Bursty and we will put
I'll give you another insight.
we'll put
Vivek, I'll
512
give you
GB
another
out there
insight.
just to have because we want to tell
Yeah,
you okay, थोड़ा तो difference होना चाहिए तुम क्या ले रहे हो?
So last year, Vivek, I was in Bombay and I carry one iPhone because iOS maybe app hona chahiye, right? And I'm not an Apple person. I'm a Samsung person. I'm doing this on a Fold 2. So I was in Bombay and I needed to pick up a phone. And I walked into the Apple store and I called my son Rian. And he had an iPhone 10 at that point. So I said, Rian, I need to buy an iPhone new one. So I'll buy the latest one, give it to you, and I'll take your Purana wala phone. He got very excited. हाँ पापा आप ये ले लो वो ले लो. He made all this. And then he said, okay, मेरे हाथ में कब आएगा? I said, I'm traveling in about 10 days time. I'll give it to you. He said, नहीं चाहिए. I said, 10 दिन पुराना हो जाएगा इसलिए. He said, no, Papa. You are taking away the complete joy of me unboxing that phone. And I was like, are you nuts? मैं वापस same type से डब्बे में डाल दूंगा यार क्या फर्क पड़ता है? He said, no, but you have unboxed. I said, you want to spend 1.5 lakh rupees for you to open that dabba. And he didn't want the phone just because he couldn't unbox it himself. Now imagine Apple had that insight that I can charge that kind of a premium to get a teenager to unbox it himself.
That's
That's
crazy.
branding.
But
That's branding.
but the funny part is, right, you also have done OMP. I had gone to Harvard to meet one of my friends. He says, क्या कर रहा है? Attend a lecture. मैंने कहा, हाँ, ठीक है. So I sat for 3 hours in a lecture and they did this lecture on rent the runway. And the insight was that how do you rent out expensive designer dress to the target audience? So all the designers were not ready to come on board. The sales pitch was that you design something for a mid-20s, early 30s woman, and the person who actually affords it is 45, 50 years old. So the only way you can get a 25-year-old to try out your dress and become familiar with your brand is by trying it, by renting it. But we want to give them the same unboxing experience. So if they spend, let's say, $250 is on the dress, they spend $50 extra on packaging and make sure that you are getting the same experience. It's being laundered. It has all that wrapping paper. It has this box. It has this bag. So when you're opening it, it feels like it's a brand new dress, right? And that, as you said, is very, very critical. So when on that note, right, let's shift to B2B. If you want to build a brand in the B2B sector and you're selling software, SaaS platform, etc., again, the same problem arises, right? That the number of customers who can actually license your product are in millions, but the consumers are in billions. So how do you build a brand with those million people who matter, right? Or 50,000 HR professionals that matter, or 1 million admins that matter? Because now what happens is very, very critical for you that they need to license your product or software. And how do you build that thing that you are able to target and build a brand? Because, and what should a startup do, right? If I'm selling a SaaS software that is meant for HR of enterprises, how do I build a brand that at least the HR managers know about it?
So I think the same principles apply here also. You might not do it on a mass level. So if you look at any of the B2B tech space, okay. In fact, I was again sitting with somebody a few days back, and he was saying, for a certain kind of a contract, TCS was 7 times much more expensive than another tech company, which was absolutely doing the same thing. But this guy, the HR head of this large corporate, he said ultimately we gave it to TCS because of the brand value.
Yeah, they say now that nobody gets fired for hiring in IBM. Used to be one dialogue, right? Because you won't get fired. He said like, okay, IBM screwed up, but I hired IBM, right? So now what do? I couldn't have hired anybody better in those days.
Because see, the promise of the brand. So I'll tell you, when we did Indian Roots, I was told that because we are part of NDTV, it's a listed thing, we had to get one of the big four to do a report for us. So that SEBI we can give it to the markets and say, this is the report on the basis of which we are doing the startup. And the cost of that report was 50% of the entire capital I was putting into the startup. I said, why are we doing this? I can get anybody to do it for a couple of lakhs. He said, no, we need a big four because otherwise, how do we tell people it's all kosher? Now, the big four, whether it's Deloitte or KPMG or PwC or EY, and you have seen instances where they have also goofed up big time, right?
Yeah.
But despite that, they have built the brand so high that if I say KPMG has done my report, it gives me a certain positioning. So in this space, if you're able to, and a lot of people in the B2B space don't do branding thinking, इसमें जरूरत नहीं है. I should be the lowest cost. But companies who have taken a contrarian view there and said, I need to build a brand here. Okay. And that is the delivery experience also. So a lot of times you get the person who's coming to represent your brand is dressed in a way which does not resonate with the brand. And I think IBM was the first one to standardize stuff, right? You needed to be dressed in a certain way and the suits and all of that. There's a reason for that. And a lot of startups in this space don't do it. But I would say do it because then you can command the premium.
Actually, I think one of the things that I've seen is that a lot of people underestimate the value of brand for hiring talent. Because I think the biggest competitive differentiation you can have with competition is that, you have better talent. And I remember, when I sold my company to Dentsu in 2012, so somebody had asked me that what are the biggest benefit you get? Do you get a lot of clients and you get like global reach, etc. I say, you know what? Honestly, the biggest benefit that I got becoming a part of a larger $60 billion group was I was able to attract much, much better talent at a much cheaper prices. Right. So I'll give you an example, right? Rubina Singh joined us as CEO. I prospected those days. I spoke to Rubina earlier. I'd been pursuing her to join us for 3-4 years, but she would not join a Communicate too, right? But she was okay considering a Dentsu. So the fact of the matter is that made all the difference. We grew almost 12 to 15 times during that period of 4 to 5 years of the earnout. That 15x growth actually didn't come where Dentsu gave us clients. That came because Dentsu gave us access to better team members, and that team members created that growth. So sometimes when I'm even giving a sales pitch to entrepreneurs that we acquire in Dentsu, I tell them, listen, forget the business. The business will come. But more importantly is when your team member who wants to join you, he has to go and tell his father that I'm joining this Japanese company, which is $60 billion. Then the father feels कि अच्छा, this is a good company, salary थोड़ी कम भी मिल रही है, join them, safe रहेगा, everything will be good, etc. Right? And that is a very important criteria for success in India, your ability to attract great talent. So I think
you have a great story on this, how Kunal Shah built his brand when he was doing FreeCharge. Okay. So when he was building FreeCharge, it was a small startup and he wanted to hire talent from the best B schools. Now, obviously, which B school guy would want to join a startup which he had never heard of? But what Kunal did very smartly, along with the appointment letter of the one person who agreed to join, you send them a MacBook, brand new, सीधा. And people said, are you nuts? अगर वो भाग गया नहीं आया तो क्या करेंगे? वापस नहीं दिया तो? He said, कितने लोग ऐसा करेंगे? A, you're going to students from B schools, which are the best B schools, right? But you know what happened suddenly? You have got a placement. Suddenly you're still in campus and you open this brand new MacBook and people say, Sale MacBook? He said, I'm joining this company and they've sent me a MacBook with the appointment letter. And suddenly people said, what? Who is this guy? Which is this company? And FreeCharge became this underground, guerrilla brand in all B schools saying, what a great company. A, he's trusting me so much that he sent me a MacBook. And when I join, I'm getting a brand new MacBook, which I'm flaunting. Now, it's a hack, right? You imagine it's not too costly. How many MacBooks would Kunal have sent? 5, 10, 15. But he built such a great brand out of that one gesture. And there are lots of small hacks like this, which startups or even smaller companies can do to build their branding, which they ignore in a certain way because we think very logically.
No, absolutely, yeah. So, on a final note, what are your thoughts as a startup? I have this TG that I want to build a brand with. I have options of building it through content creation, through being on different aspects of platforms and social media. There is some advertising to be done. If I have to allocate capital and sharing your experience with Fashion and You, how should a startup invest those monies, and constantly what metrics can he use that those monies that he's investing is being used efficiently and is leading in the right direction, and the triggers are telling him that हाँ brand improve हो रहा है. How do you keep track कि हाँ am I achieving what I'm trying to achieve, right? Because these measurement terms become very, very difficult in this brand process, right? Is it like number of searches that people used to search for my brand, have they increased? Am I able to charge a premium? Means how do you make sure that you are in the right track when you start building this?
So I would say the first thing most startups miss out in is they don't allocate enough time at their strategy level for branding. And I've seen more than enough startups where the founders have different definitions of their own brand because they've not thought it through.
Hmm.
And the first thing I tell is you cannot outsource your branding strategy to somebody else.
Hmm.
It has to be the core of what you're doing. Whatever is your product offering, whatever is your technology, whatever everything else has to move around that. So when you're getting together to think of an idea, first agree on one definition of your brand. It can evolve over a period of time. But at least the key stakeholders have to be on the same page of what is the brand. That's one. Two is in the initial phase, you are the brand. So Fashion in You was Pearl, Rahul, Harish, till it became Fashion in You, right? And I see so many startups today who do not use opportunities wisely to promote their brand. For simple instance, if I have iProspect as my company and it is not a well-known company, how much does it cost me to put iProspect on a t-shirt and wear it at every conference or every Zoom call?
Yeah.
It's standardization, right? And if I am talking luxury, okay, at least I should look a little bit like that, right? I can't be looking Big Bazaar and talking Emporium. That's at the core. But then second is first put enough thought process and enough capital. Do not look for the cheapest agency when it comes to branding. Because I keep saying, people coming to sir, koi recommend kar do agency, but itna budget nahi. And I say, you can't say I have so much budget and now I have to find the agency. I have to find the best agency and then figure out the resources to get that agency on board.
Yeah.
Because it will pay for itself.
Actually, that's
one mistake I've seen.
Yeah. No, actually, what you're saying is so right that, so many times what happens is a lot of people I talk to, they come from this scarcity mindset of the past, right? Where, physical object, I have 100 units, I give you 10 units, now I have 90 left and you have 10, right? But when you take the current, it's an abundant skill set, right? So in that abundance mindset, what happens is that I'm an agency, I charge you 10. Now the thing is, if I deliver you more value than what you could have got on 100 on media with 90 and I got 120 clicks instead of 100, then you got 20 and I got 10. So that whole thing is a lot of people have not got used to this abundance mindset and they look at everything in skill set, that the mindset of scarcity, and because of that they make a lot of wrong decisions, right? Same way, if you are paying the agency lesser amount of money, they're going to put in lesser number of man hours or hire lesser talent, right? And that is going to affect your media inefficiency so much that by reducing 2 rupees from the agency fees, you are losing 20 rupees on media. And a lot of companies continue to do that, unfortunately, and they don't realize it, that we are living in a abundance world rather than a scarcity world.
Also, people in India don't want to pay for good advice.
Yeah.
They want advice for free. So for branding, they think, अच्छा Vivek से किसी तरह connection बन जाए. I meet Vivek over a cup of coffee. And so if Vivek tomorrow says, I can give you great branding advice, guys, but I'm going to charge you 5 lakh rupees for 1 hour. Most people say 5 lakh rupees, मतलब सिर्फ बोलने के तो यार,
But Rahul, I did this, right? So somebody had approached me and I've been training him for the last 2 months, last 3 months actually now. So I charge 1 lakh rupees an hour. But what I say is that, listen, don't pay me that 1 lakh rupees.
Okay.
I'll identify 2 children who are financially affected because of COVID, who play table tennis. That's my passion. So you have donated. So 4 kids I've already donated the monies. 2 kids I'm donating this month. My coaching session with him has got done. So he's paid 3 lakh rupees, but is paid to 6 people 50,000 rupees each. So in a way, he's not paying me anything, but it's costing him 1 lakh rupees an hour. So the fact of the matter is,
they need to have that mindset saying, yes, if Vivek gives me a 10-minute advice, but that 10-minute advice, he spent a lifetime reaching that level, right?
Exactly.
But most people are happy to spend on the medium. So they're happy to spend on Google AdWords, but not on getting the creative right to spend on Google AdWords. Which is
one story. Yeah, there's one interesting story. One woman walks up to Picasso in a restaurant. He said, can you draw something on a napkin for me? So he draws something and he says, there'll be $25,000. He says, what? It took you a minute. So he says, no, it took me 25 years.
Yes.
So it's like,
And especially now in today's, I keep telling this to startups I'm interested, understand it's such a fragmented, cluttered world. There's so much media today that invest in the right messaging and let it go viral. Then you don't need to spend on Facebook and Google and all these gatekeepers, right? But still people are in India, to get advice, people want it for free either, or अरे यार आप तो दोस्त को बता दो यार ऐसे.
Yeah. On that note, should we invite Nishta back? And I think
Yes, Nisha.
we probably have crossed our time chatting.
Yes,
We can talk for 2 more hours if you want to.
Yeah, but that should be our old mom.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the time is up. I was about to send you the reminder of the same.
Yes.
On that note, sir, I would like to conclude the session by first of all thanking both of you for being with us here today. I'm sure our attendees would have benefited so much from the conversation. Thank you to our partners and to all the attendees for supporting the event. Thank you. Stay tuned.
Thank you. Bye.
Chalo. Bye, Rahul. Bye, Shah. Thanks.
Bye.
Code Science
Everyone.
App in Power Deck. Mr. Kishwa, Global CEO, Commonwealth YouTube Hub, Malaysia. Mr. CM Pandey, CEO, Deshpande Startups. And Mr. Yogesh Khakre, Company Secretary, Bhopal Smart City Development Corporation Limited, BNES Incubator. I would request all the delegates to keep posting their questions in the chat box, and the panel will address a selected few at the end of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aparna. Good afternoon to all my friends who are dialing in for this Thrive 2020, our second year in running. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you. And many of you are dialing in from outside of India. So depending on the time zone you are in, please accept my wishes for the day. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And if you're watching this recorded a little later, the conversation will not end today at the next 40 minutes. The conversation will continue. So I would recommend that you can keep in touch with any of us, including I or my 4 co-panelists, if you have any questions which we may have missed or not done justice to in our deliberation for next 40 minutes. So with that, let me set some ground rules before I invite all of my 4 co-panelists to spend some time introducing themselves. We'll be closing. Number one, we'll be closing on time. So 1:10, we'll definitely close the session, whatever it comes. That's my role as a moderator. Second is that you don't have to wait till the end of the session to ask your questions. So please start queuing up your questions as soon as you're live, and you can post your questions on any of the platforms. We are live, I'm told, in addition to the Thrive platform, on 6 or 7 social media platforms, including LinkedIn. So please feel free to ask your questions to the moderator, Aparna, and she'll be happy to take your questions and put it in the platform that we are all going live from. So I would request you to start queuing up your questions as we speak, and don't wait for the end of the session. With that, let me set the context on the themes we are taking on this interaction with my fellow co-panelists. We will be discussing how the new opportunities are emerging. The title of the session is called Critical Times and Innovations Opportunity for Startups. So we believe COVID has thrown an interesting challenge in front of us. Many of the current setup processes, setup orders will go through a disruption. And nobody can argue that perhaps this has been the biggest disruption in our predictable lives for last so many years, perhaps once in a century kind of a disruption. And each disruption creates newer opportunities and challenges. So our session today will deliberate on opportunities and challenges it throws up for current startups. I'm told that many of you are currently entrepreneurs who have already gone through early stage or still in the early stage of your entrepreneurship. I'm told that there are viewers who are currently thinking about starting something of your own. Perhaps you're a student entrepreneur, or you are an employee with few years of experience and you want to go through your own journey of entrepreneurship. And I'm also told that we have stakeholders from the India startup ecosystem who are also joining us today. So we'll try to cater to questions for all 3 of you. Folks who are already in the startup mode, how things have changed for them, be it the ideation, be it the execution of the idea, be it the funding, finances, be it the HR, be it the infrastructure. We'll explore a lot of those areas, and I'm so grateful that I have a very, very expert panel with me. In no particular order, but alphabetical, I'm going to introduce them to you and post a quick introduction where I'll introduce them briefly. And then I'll ask my first question, which is for them to share their opening remarks. But before I do so, let me introduce the lineup of our expert panelist speakers today. We'll start with the alphabetical order. First speaker for my fellow speaker is Mr. C.M. Patil. And he, till today, is the CEO for a beautiful organization called Deshpande Startups from Hubli, Karnataka, in northern Karnataka. And it's a fabulous story that I would not like to steal any thunder from CM Patil's own remarks. So I'll hold that for later. Mr. Patil has a rich background of being an entrepreneur himself. He's worked for many companies. He's been a startup entrepreneur many times over with successful exits. As you all know, for an entrepreneur, one of the biggest milestones is that when he brings an idea to market. And then the second biggest joy is when he finds an exit for the shareholders, including himself or herself. So we'll hear his story and his opening remarks. But before I do that, let me invite now Dilnawaz Khan. He's the co-founder and CEO for Co-Design Labs and the CEO for PowerDeck. In his passion for helping startups, given his experience in this domain, he's created two beautiful new ventures. And I'll invite a little later Dilnawaz to share his own experience in those own words. And then after this, we have an international speaker giving us the global edge for our panel called Kishwa Ambigapati. Kishwa still has not dialed in, but perhaps he'll be joining us in a few minutes from now. And Kishwa is the global CEO for Commonwealth Youth Hub. It's an incubator, accelerator agency which is encouraging startup amongst the community of Commonwealth. As you may know, Commonwealth, I believe, is a community of more than 70 plus nations across the globe. So he has a very different perspective how startups are happening differently in different parts of the world. And post-COVID, how has this changed? So when Kishwa joins us, he'll be contributing that perspective. Kishwa does have some India experience, but we'll be relying more on his global outlook, how he sees that globally panning out. Last but not the least, we have a very interesting fellow speaker panelist. His name is Yogesh Khakre. Yogesh ji, welcome on board. Yogesh has a very interesting background. He is a company secretary by professional qualification. He also happens to be a company secretary for Bhopal Smart City. And when I said he happens to be, I was not calling it very lightly, but given his other background of being an entrepreneur himself. So he's one of those rare breed of company secretaries who's gone beyond the calling of being a company secretary. And he's also has been an entrepreneur himself. And now he's taken on the mandate of helping other entrepreneurs as part of his role at Bhopal Smart City. So in addition to being a company secretary at Bhopal Smart City, given his background of being an entrepreneur, he also helps startups and entrepreneurs as part of his formal job definition and also outside of it. So if you look at all five of us combined together, and I'm not counting the various members of the IMI ecosystem, perhaps it may not be unfair to say we have a combined experience of some 500 plus startups on the panel here in any form or fashion. Be it mentoring, be it funding, be it incubating, be it discussing. So live interaction with X number of startups. So it's my privilege, professional privilege to get this session started. I only have two requests, one for my fellow panelists and one for my audience members. Fellow panelists, when I'm asking them a question, I'll request them to start their answer with a short sentence and then explain the background of why they feel so. And similarly, from the audience perspective, if you are coming live with us, I'm not sure if you have the capability of going on video question with us, but irrespective, if you can start your chat with first a quick question, and then we'll deliberate into the background of that question, that'll be mightily useful. So keep your answers short and keep your questions also as short as possible. Now, the first thing we'll do, first round is a quick round of introductions. So I'll now request Mr. C.M. Patil to take a couple of minutes and explain to us his own journey. And then from there, we'll go to Dilnawaz, from Dilnawaz to Kishwa, and then Yogesh to round up our first session of questions. So
Yeah.
tell us a little bit more about Mr. Patel, about your journey.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Puneet. And I also thank all the organizers for having me on the panel. And my best wishes to all the audience in the forum. Just to get my background, as Puneet rightly mentioned, I'm an entrepreneur. Having come from a small town, a place called Raichur, I became an accidental entrepreneur, to be very honest with all of you. The joy of being entrepreneurs is what I love spreading out to people, because entrepreneurship is not about making money or driving companies. I feel it's all about the way of life. And when I got the taste of this, I was always excited to see how I can share my experience of being an accidental entrepreneur, the joy of this particular journey with all the fellow participants over here. So, long story short, I've done 3 companies, taken 2 exits, one I'm still part of it. And 5 years ago, I decided to see how I can contribute more to the non-metro cities of the country, and joined Deshpande Foundation. With that, Deshpande Startups. We are a non-academic TBI, Technology Business Incubator, recognized by Government of India, and started entrepreneurs in the ecosystem, and we have grown from that to more than 250 plus entrepreneurs today. It's one of the vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem one would see. I would urge all the participants to Google about Deshpande Startups. They'll get a lot more about it. And for me, why I took that journey was India is a country of 1.3 billion population, and if you look at the metro city population, entire country has about close to 20 million or so. But whereas more than 1.1 billion population still lives outside metro, and I don't say that a village or anything outside be Bharat ecosystem, but the new norm or new term be used by every week. So here, I believe the country. I believe each one of us to think about that. And for me, there are 3 kind of people. One is one who sees a problem and not worried about anything. The second category is the one who sees the problem and expects somebody else to solve. And the third category of people are one who sees it as an opportunity. And for me, that is an entrepreneurial category. And the last 5 years, I had a privilege working with this ecosystem to breed more and more entrepreneurs, and love being part of this ecosystem here. That's a bit about my background. And in this connected world, we all know each other. Everybody can Google it one person. So I would stop it there and then pass it back to Puneet. Thank you, Puneet, for having me again here.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Thank you for your time, for being here. Let me invite now Dilnawaz for his opening comments, please.
So yeah, good morning everyone, and thanks Puneet and thanks IMF for inviting me. The area of expertise I have is making pitch decks. So here's my elevator pitch. So one thing you should remember about me is I am the pitch wala or the pitch guy for all of you. That is, if you just want to remember one thing about me, that is who I am. My full-time work is I help startups in creating pitch decks and help them with fundraising process. That's what I do. It's been 12 years into the ecosystem, built 2 companies, running two of them right now. Have worked with Startup OSA, CIA, United Ventures, diverse experience around technology, startups, and incubation space. And parallelly, love podcasting, love building my YouTube channel, giving back via that, and host a weekly show called AMAVDNK on Saturday. So yeah, so one thing you should remember is I'm the pitch guy for all of you. That is it. And rest, like CM said, right? Everything is just a Google away or a LinkedIn away rather. So yeah, just Google it and you will get more information. So yeah, that's my elevator pitch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dilnawaz. Now let me invite Keshwa to share his opening remarks and a bit about himself, his journey. Keshwa, we may have to unmute you. So yeah.
Right. Okay. Hi. Good
We
morning.
can hear you now.
Good afternoon from here in Malaysia. I think it's a great privilege to be sharing the screen with so many people from different various backgrounds. I come from the Commonwealth Youth Innovation Hub. We look at innovation across the different areas through young people in the 54 member states which we represent. We look at ideas, we look at translating ideas, especially from young people, into businesses, creating more of social enterprises across the Commonwealth. And if you look at the demographic of the Commonwealth, you would realize that a lot of this country is coming from Africa, Caribbean region, or some in the Pacific are, of course, left behind without the tech enabler. And this is where we help to bridge big companies, also government in terms of designing policy, to help startups to better thrive in this ecosystem. We have worked very closely with India over the past year or two, specifically to see how the ecosystem can also be better enhanced, but also how India can also set benchmarks or set standards for other enterprises or other startups across the Commonwealth and beyond that. So thank you very much for having me today, and I'm looking forward to this engaging session. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishwa. And now let me invite Yogesh Khakre from Bhopal Smart City to share his opening remarks and a bit about his own journey.
Rather introducing myself, I would like to introduce the ecosystem what we have built up in Madhya Pradesh and Bhopal. So, as Puneet said, as a professional, I am a company secretary, and then started my entrepreneurship journey in 2012-13, and then I got onboarded in Bhopal Smart City. So, in tier 2 cities like Bhopal, there's not many industrial infrastructure is there. The ecosystem is missing. Where do the students go for job, or where they can go for starting their own venture? It is still it was still a question in 2017-18. So we started on 8th of May 2018 under Bhopal Smart City mission to promote entrepreneurial spirit amongst the youth, which will lead to the economical and social development of Madhya Pradesh. So we are the first incubation center in central India by any smart city across nation. We identified the problem statement that there is a startup policy in Madhya Pradesh in 2016, but no such support system was developed to get the benefit of the policy. So the idea behind is to create an ecosystem where startups can innovate, create and succeed with the technological assistance and guidance from the industry experts, mentors, and academicians. So in these 2 years, we have incubated around 62 incubates out of 5,000 plus applications, which further created 700 plus jobs, and many of them are first generation entrepreneurs. So my role is to validate and the idea and connect them to the government buyer. So my role is to make a marriage of the startups as well as the industry experts, because industries are having the bandwidth to bid for government tenders, but startups as a very early stage, they are not having that net worth or experience to bid for the government tenders. So my role is to marry the industries and startups so that they will collaboratively bid for the government tenders, because government is the biggest client nowadays. So this is my role. This is my brief.
Thank you, Yogesh, and we're looking forward to your ideas and contribution. Now, let me get the stage running, because the common shared screen running a little bit faster. We've heard about Corona being a short-term disruption. Somebody saying it's going to be a long-term effect. Now, entrepreneurs work on opportunities which are in front of them, short-term, mid-term, long-term. Given that the situation is different now, how would you respond to the question of, I have an idea, I want to execute, or if you already have an idea, I'm executing? Does that change given Corona and Corona's impact, the ideation process or execution process? And if you can answer the question from both perspectives, one, if you're already seeing a startup with young people putting some energy behind that startup, already in progress, early stages yet, not angel round, maybe angel plus, not Series A. Or if you have a young student or young professional willing to take the risk, leave the job after their MBA, start up into a new idea, how has the world changed if you are in the startup mode? Now, let me start with CM Patil to share his perspective on ideation. Has it changed? Execution? Are there newer elements?
So Puneet, a very good question in first place. I think for me, it has opened up a lot more opportunities. And I see, as I said, entrepreneurship is all about traveling the unknown path. And this has got nothing to do with it. So with Corona, without Corona, I don't think there are any issues there. But obviously, the digital push has grown 10x, I would say. If I can't access to be as a mentor, now I can talk to him right away. I can't talk to the investor, I can talk to them right away. If I have got a meet in my business, I'm pretty sure my doors are open for that. So I see these are the best time for entrepreneurs. That's my perspective. Always testing times give us a extremely hard push, and this is one of those times. So it's a encouraging time in my opinion for entrepreneurship in the country, and that to the right moment.
So thank you, Mr. Patil. You talked about digital outreach and access, and it gets you a different level of coverage.
Yes.
Kishwa, would you agree with that, or would you like to add to that? Ideas don't change much post-corona, but execution, are you seeing something different now?
We're seeing a whole new paradigm shift in terms of mindset. Because big companies especially, have no choice but to digitalize their solutions or operations. And this then creates a new opportunity for startups especially, because startups have been created as one, not only as a tech enabler, but also to solve problems, to become solutions, digital solutions. So things like cross-collaborating technology, Zoom for this, Zoom, WebEx and whatnot, are all new tech enablers which are helping things to move faster. And I think this is where budding startups, but also people who have an idea or solution, rather, is the best time to be in, because everyone is looking at you. They want you as a solution. They want an existing solution in the market. Some of these big businesses, big corporates don't even know what they're looking for, because these are all tech jargons. So it is somehow or other, this whole pandemic has just been a catalyst to a sort to the startup world. And you look things like Netflix, Amazon, you look at the viewer ratings have increased, Uber Foods. At the same point of time last year, in Malaysia, for instance, we're talking about banning Uber or Grab because it's challenging conventional economies. But today, if we never had this access, then we would be in a very terrible situation. Same thing goes with digital economy and whatnot. So I think this is the best time to be in. It also pushes a level. It's a level playing field. So anyone from any age, as long as you have an idea, you have the passion, I think this is the best time to be out there and seize the bull by its horns. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishwa. So while CM Patil talked about digital and access to people, you can actually go and reach out to many people. Kishwa talked about digitalization of industries and how that's going through a massive change. Now, let me invite Dilnawaz for his perspective on how storytelling or GTM, has that changed, or are we still holding on to the basics are still there in terms of how do you do ideation and execution of those ideas in storytelling or go to market? So Dilnawaz, do you have any perspective on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll quickly add, I'll quickly add one thing on what these two gentlemen said before me. I think I heard in one of the panels rather that I think the best thing this pandemic did is put a full stop and reset the entire clock for everybody. I think that's the best thing this pandemic was able to do. And of course, I'm saying this with all the privilege we hold of having a high-speed internet and coming on the WebEx and speaking about all these things, right? So I'm with all the I'm being humble enough to say that we have all privilege to kind of not worry about the food, water, and the basic security, right? So I think I'll give you two quick examples. One thing, let me first give you the outside perspective, right? So I sit on advisory boards of a lot of academic institutions and also work with a lot of early stage entrepreneurs who work with incubators and accelerator programs. I think one advice I've been giving to all of them, which I have applied personally, and I'll speak about that a bit in second bit that I talk about, is that because of the downtime and everybody has so much time on hand because you're in a lockdown at home, how much can you binge watch, right? So you have enough time on the hand. This is the best time to sit and research and figure out and go and talk to people and take feedback on the idea, even if you're a very early stage entrepreneur, right? So a lot of students, kids, very early stage guys, aspiring entrepreneurs in their early 20s, right? When they think of building a startup, the most time they need to spend is on research and validation. And because everybody, including their target audience, potential investors, stakeholders, everybody has so much of time on the hand, it's great time to sit, go out there and start getting feedback from people. So I think one good thing that happened was this. Of course, sales was not happening for early stage companies because everybody was trying to preserve cash. So coming on to the point, from the GTM point of view, the sales was not happening, but for an early stage entrepreneur, he had nothing to lose. So it was a great time to go to market and validate his idea and figure out whether it will work or not. Second, from the personal point of view, as I said, I have started a YouTube channel. So my first show went on live in July of 2020, and I've been thinking and contemplating contemplating on doing it from ages, right? And because of the travel, because of, I do 3 talks a week and 2 workshops a week. So I'm talking almost like every day. And in the routine life, we were traveling, going to office, and then doing talks. Half the time was just in traveling, right? So we are now sitting in our own little boxes. This gave me time to start my own thing. So I think one thing for existing entrepreneurs was that because we had so much time on our hand, it was a super productive time, and you as an entrepreneur can also experiment and start things which you were always contemplating on. And the same principle which I spoke about in the first part applies to you as well, that now you can go out, test, validate even for yourself, and then start building things on top of it. So yeah, it's a fantastic time. Anybody who lost this time basically lost an opportunity of a lifetime, I would say that.
Thank you, Dilnawaz. In fact, personally also, I've started my 4th venture. My 3rd one got acquired in 2017 April, and I served on the board of the larger company till last year 2019. I took a sabbatical, and this corona actually woke me up saying, what are you doing? There's so much of an opportunity around you. So 5th August is when I started my next 2 ideas, 2 new journeys. I want to bring in Yogesh Khakre for 2 perspectives. One is if you would like to add to what's being said, because I think 3 speakers have covered a lot of ground on how idea and execution have remained the same or have changed. I would like to invite your perspective from other 2 perspectives, which is one, how has funding and finance situation changed post-corona? Because we're definitely seeing the deals drying out. We're definitely seeing a place which is a tough environment for young companies to raise next round. But on the other side, you may say that the burn rates have also come down. So how do you see this, given your role working with 50 plus startups, creating 600 plus jobs? How do you see this, from both finance funding perspective and also being a physical incubator, a place where you've incubated companies? How are you seeing infra HR hiring plus the finance funding change in your perspective? Of course, you can also refer to the ideation and execution if that's changing post-corona. Yogesh, you may have to unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
I would like to add to what CM and Dilnawaz said, and definitely Keshava said. So my answer is survival of the quickest. The quicker you are responding to the situation, you will stay long in the game. So this is what I want to add, because people have reacted to the situation, and the startups who have responded to the situation, seeking opportunity in adversity, they have like longer game to play. Because I just want to quote an example of one of my startup, Cameo, who is into merchandising. Like he's making T-shirts for the colleges and other stuffs for the colleges and schools. So in the time of this COVID happened, every like cities are locked in lockdown, and nobody is allowed to move from one place to another, and we are using single-use mask. So single-use mask was like last longer to 5 to 6 hours, but people were carrying it throughout the day, and they have to throw it away and then use the next mask in the next day. So it's like a costlier affair if you are using a mask every day, single-use mask every day. So I suggested him to tweak his model and said, here, this is the right time to come up with a reusable mask of cotton, of good quality cotton, 3-layer cotton. And he produced that. And we have allowed him by giving a pass to roam around the city, because in that situation, only 2 shops were open. One was milk parlor, and second was the medicine shops. So during 15 days of the first lockdown, his product was placed in all the shoppies of milk parlor and medicine. So everyone was aware of the Cameo brand. So everyone is asking, do you have that Cameo mask? Do you have that Cameo mask? Because it is reusable. You can wash and you reuse again. So he seek the opportunity in adversity. And I have given him target of reaching 1 crore in 90 days. So till now, he achieved 70 lakhs of turnover by selling only masks, which the last year's turnover is 2 lakhs by selling all the merchandise. And this year he got the turnover of 70 lakhs only selling 50 rupees mask, 30 rupees mark. So how he plays himself in this adversity is because he is quicker to respond to the situation. And
that's great. So what about the other part, funding and recruiting HR?
So funding, like cash is always a king. Cash is always the best friend of you. So you have to reset your goals, divide your goals into short term, like 3 months, mid term, 6 months, and long term, 12 months. This is my new definition. So as I said, I have given him a target of achieving 1 crore in 90 days. So if you have target to catch moon, but if you fall down, then again you fall into stars. So he has fallen into stars by achieving 70 lakhs, which is also over and above his last year's turnover. So cash, like 2 types of funds are available. I always used to say customers fund and investors fund. So if you are able to raise customers fund by providing the quality of service and product, then there is no need of waiting for the investors fund. Investor will definitely come to your product. They will definitely find you out wherever you are staying, in Bhopal or any tier 3 cities. But you have to provide a quality of service, quality of product, because that is the solution you have to provide. Second, you have to restructure your costing. You have to, like, kharche pe control karna. This is the time where we all know how to reduce our costs. As saving a single penny is like earning a single penny. So you have to think on cost perspective, cost cutting, fixed cost, because if you are having a large HR base, as I said, so there are many ghost employees in your company. So with the help of technology, you can identify the productivity and efficiency of the employee, and you can cut down that cost by giving them work from home or giving them shorter span of time, because they are ghost employees. So most of the industrialists, they are having this kind of problem, but they never realized. But during pandemic, they realized that there are 60% of ghost employees in their company, and only 30 to 40% employees are burdened with the double work, because they have to carry those ghost employees work also. So acceptance of situation in need of transformation, because if you are getting investment from angel investors and which is stopped because of this pandemic, so the majority of the funds provided by the government have been like doubled or tripled in this situation. Like BIRAC and Agni, they are giving many grants for new innovation to support this startup ecosystem during this pandemic, because they are very disruptive. They are providing very disruptive solutions. I want to quote an example. One of my startup is in home automation services. They are into integrating all the lights and fans of electric equipments of your household. During this pandemic, what he created, the need of the hour was through hand sanitization. So he has created touchless hand sanitization machine. With the help of sensor, you can put down your hand, which will automatically get your temperature also. So a single machine costing 5,000 to 8,000 will dispense your dispense the sanitizer as well as take your temperature. So you have reduced that one person who is standing on your door and taking the temperature and giving you sanitizer. So this kind of pivoting is model. The need of the
Yeah, so Yogesh, I think you've given us 3 key things. One, of course, is that how fast are you responding to the situation, agility of your business. Improve that if you're already a startup, or if you're not if you're thinking of becoming one, then agility has to be an integral part. You talked about customer funding as a source of financing. I could not agree more as somebody who's bootstrapped companies. And third, you mentioned, which is that finance is now available to you at a cheaper cost. Yes, you may not get venture funding so easily, but if you have to raise commercial loans, those are available, and government also has newer schemes to give you more benefit. If you're already a startup, which is burning some money and looking for some additional headroom to grow. Now, there's a question which I want to bring into the panel. The question is, as this is the audience question, as we have seen, digital online education has boomed, and many of startups have pivoted in this angle. How can this be capitalized? Won't the things go back to normal? How can startups build a sustainable model? And the question really is, yes, we are seeing something that has happened in education, for example, but how do we build something which is more sustainable and not just a quick fix? For example, the masks, the dispensers, these were a great response, but is there an opportunity in this disruption to build something which is more long-term and sustainable? Let me invite first CM Patil, and then perhaps I'll go to Dilnawaz, and I'll close on this with comments from Kishwa. We have about 6 minutes, so let's keep it short, 1 minute each. Let's have a quick response on that one. Short-term opportunity versus sustainable model which you can capitalize. Mr. Patil, with you.
Yeah, this is aptly, because most of them are feeling that people do carry away with the saboteurs. And in business is very, very important, because your early customers may not be your long-term customers as well. So it's very important for us to understand how do we look at it. What I see this pandemic has opened up is, yes, it has opened up for a wide new of opportunities, but it has also enlightened us that some of these things we never dare to try it out. I think the new normal is going to be the combination of this pandemic period and the post part of it. It is not going to be altogether a new one. So one has to be wise enough to see that how am I going to use the thing which is rightly kept on my plate, and how do I build further on this. So yes, masks and all were response, as you rightly mentioned, but now there is an equal opportunity for us to see how can we thrive a little bigger part of it. So
don't get swayed by short-term opportunity. You still have to think mid to long term.
Exactly. So, but the only thing is just ensure that this opened up one more window for you. Capitalize on this and build around it.
Okay,
In
great.
entrepreneurial journey, there is nothing called stagnant. It's only comma. There is nothing called full stop. So use this as a comma and then move on.
Great. Now let me invite Dilnawaz for his perspective on this.
So when I started building this company, Codesign Labs and PowerDeck, we were always a remote company from past 4 years. I've got guys in Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, multiple other places, and also from tier three towns. The bigger problem was at the client end. They wanted to meet. We literally doubled our business in the pandemic because clients also realized you can't meet people, and they were forced upon it. The point I'm trying to make here is digitization is not going anywhere. And I was just writing an article for somebody, and I was writing that eventually every company, right, will either be a fintech company, will be a content company or an education company, or will have some sort of a niche opportunity. So I fundamentally believe, and specifically speaking about the education part, and then I'll club everything together. Education is a profit-making business, no matter wherever you do, and if you don't have extreme overheads, it is always profitable. So online education is not going anywhere, and with the rise of digitization, high-quality internet, 5G now being announced by Ambani ji, and then smartphones coming up, and then Make in India and Atmanirbhar growing, I think it is not going anywhere. So digitization, digital services, health tech, fintech, edutech are not going anywhere. If you are an entrepreneur, these are the opportunities. Go into it, understand, and the best is combine your skill set and niche, and boom, you have a gold pot there. That's it.
Thank you, Dilnawaz. Keshwa, any point of view on this one, specifically for grassroots entrepreneurs who are doing social impact, not just tech-driven businesses? Can they build a sustainable model on the back of this disruption?
I think yes. What we have all learned is that one, there needs to be more cross collaboration or partnerships now. How different universities now are offering courses from other universities as well, and how education is now accessible. Everything is free, and it has reduced the cost of a degree to a piece of paper, which means now it's just about the skill sets, and that creates a new market whereby you need to also reskill and also upskill. And this is really about the employment force being a new human resource capital. And I would also like to just end it by saying that we now know for a fact that the learning process is a continuous process. So lifelong learning is something is a truth and not a myth. So anyone can be on the game, anyone has the access, whether you have the tech or not. I think now governments are realizing the need to upgrade their IT infrastructure within their countries. So things have gone faster now. There's a need now. Things are more essential. So you only do things which matter the most. And internet is no longer a privilege, but a necessity.
Thank you so much, Keshwa. We are about 2 minutes to go before we close. So I have to just now take the last minute to just sum it up. I think we have seen how some trends will continue: digitalization, access, work from anywhere. We're seeing some shift.
If you allow
yes,
me one point.
Please, Yogesh, go ahead. Please go ahead. Less than 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, one of our startup have modeled the Byju's model for deaf and dumb students. So he's learning for deaf and dumb students, which is missing in the Byju's model. So he can create a sustainable model by pitching to Byju's, a 12 billion company. Another is smart toilet monitoring system. So by keeping the order and lights as well as the water in the toilets, which can be monitored with the help of sensors, now you can get your pathology test done by using urinals. So your reports, pathological reports, will be generated by using the urinals. Because so this kind of technologies he is working upon. different.
Thank you,
startups.
Yogesh. Each one of you are worth talking for at least 90 minutes each, because I have so many questions that I want to ask you, which would be of use to my viewers right now. But we have been given 40 minutes, so this is an unfair opportunity that's come to us. But we have taken this as a challenge. So the couple of things I'd like to note before we close. One, of course, there are trends which will continue, digitalization being one of them. Yes, it is sustainable if you understand the new models of digital disruption. If you hold on to the legacy, it will not be working to your advantage. Yes, the government and non-government sector organizations are doing a lot more to get you going. And please continue to stay in touch with us. There is a lot more that Yogesh's smart city projects or Deshpande startups are doing. There's a lot more support around you available. And I must tell you something else, a secret. All my other speakers have agreed to take on your questions, requests on LinkedIn. So let's continue this conversation from this platform from IMI Thrive 2020. My name is Puneet Modgill. It's been a pleasure to host you and a privilege to host four of my fellow panelist speakers. And I'd like to hand over back to Aparna Gupta. Thank you, Aparna.
Thank you so much, Mr. Modgill, for the session moderation. And of course, I would like to thank all of our speakers for being here with us today and participating in this conversation. Thank you to all our delegates for being here with us. Please stay tuned for more such exciting conversations. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Pleasure being here.
Lemon Advisors UK Limited and Technoplat Limited UK. Welcome, sir.
Hi.
Mr. Anup Jain, Managing Partner, Orias Ventures. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Mr. Mukesh Malik, CEO, Project GK. Welcome, sir.
Hi, guys.
Colonel KK Singh, Chairman and Managing Director, C2DL Private Limited. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us here. Before I request Mr. Saxena to kindly take over, I would request all the attendees to keep putting their questions in the chat box, and the panel will address a selected few at the end of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for setting this up. And I hope everyone is having a wonderful Thrive Haryana event. I am personally very excited to kick this session off with a wonderfully diverse panel that we have. And, as Nishtha just introduced everyone, I would love to actually open up the floor for some introduction and some opening comments. But, just to kind of share with you some interesting stats, just about a week ago, Your Story released this data about the number of deals that have happened in India, specifically in the startup space from January 2020 till November 15th. And they came up with this number of 765 deals worth about $8.4 billion that have happened. Now, just to set the context, I think this is definitely a drop that we have noticed from 2019 levels, and this number is actually comparable all the way back to what was the number at 2015 timeframe. So 2015, about $8.3 billion were invested in the country during the same time period, and it's 8.4 in 2020. So apart from a 5-year gap, that's been the reality. And in the backdrop of this, I think the Indian startup ecosystem story has been a wonderful learning opportunity for all the startup founders. And a lot of new things have happened. And the fact that this diverse panel is there with us today, I hope to kind of get both the perspectives of the investors as well as people who've been in the operational roles, to really share the insights with our audience here. So without further ado, let me just jump into a very quick introduction of the panel again, and I'll quickly share. Let me welcome Anup Jain again, managing partner from Orias Ventures. He's a business leader with over 2 decades of experience in large-scale FMCG, retail, durables, and e-commerce companies. And he's known for diving headlong into challenging situations requiring disruptive thinking and delivering a step change. So welcome, Anup. Next, we have Shashank. Shashank Randev he's a founder at VC at 100x VC, India's first venture fund to invest in early stage startups using iSafe notes. He's also been an angel investor and an advisor, with a keen interest in the B2B space of emerging technology on startups. And he's also kind of, held multiple roles and launched the SaaS platform for VC Edge, and VC Circle in his earlier avatar. We then have Subhash, who's the founder of and CEO of Lemon Advisors UK Limited and Technoplat Limited. It's a global platform established to incubate and grow tech-based startups. and the focus is to strengthen the UK, Asia, Middle East, and North Africa corridor. So welcome Subhash and welcome Shashank. We then have Mukesh. Mukesh Malik is a business transformation expert and a startup evangelist, actively engaged in innovations in BFSI, retail, wellness, entertainment, and many more industries. And he's been running a consulting practice called Project GK for the last 7 years. Welcome, Mukesh.
Thank you.
And last but not the least, we have Colonel KK Singh, who's a retired Army officer and owns a consultancy firm. He's currently working with Caprice Consultants in defense and logistics. He is a startup mentor and an entrepreneur himself, and has worked closely with startups in the defense and MSME sector and academia. So we really love to, we really hope to hear some great startup advice from him in the logistics and defense sector. So welcome, Colonel Singh. Great. So the way we will run this, kind of panel discussion in the interest of time, since we have about 40 minutes and we can probably stretch about a few minutes more, we'll start with every speaker here, every panelist here, giving like a very brief overview and introduction about themselves and the work that they've been doing. And we can also hear some opening comments and on the overall topic and theme, which is tech startups and funding dynamics. And then we will go with the flow and have some Q&A based on the expertise area and insights that we can generate in this session. So let me start by inviting Anup to maybe kick this off.
Yeah, I think after too many kind words, Chinmay, I don't know what to add to that. But I guess the topic today is about tech funding, right? Tech. If you're a tech founder, and it's about funding in the background of what this year has been and what the next year could look like. So just offering my 2 bits in it, I think it's been a learning experience for both sides. Nobody knew what to expect. But as investors, we are far more comfortable today than 6 months back in terms of making decisions without meeting founders and without visiting their offices. I think what is become increasingly more important for founders is to be able to utilize this medium to their advantage and not to their disadvantage, which means that this medium has its own limitations. You have to be rehearsed, you have to be practiced. People don't have infinite time. If you're going to speak something, then it has to come across fluently. It has to be a structured thought. You do not have the opportunity to have that kind of a face-to-face, two-way interaction as you would have in person. So considering those limitations, I think one has to be more rehearsed, more practiced, and people who are not comfortable, they have to get comfortable finally if they have to raise funds. So I think that's one thing that I saw, that communication skills became very important during this time as far as fundraising and being able to convey things was concerned in a lucid manner. The other bit has been, of course, in terms of choosing sectors. Founders today, if you ask them, would you like to start an edtech company? I think 9 out of 10 founders say, yeah, that'll be great because I can raise funds in the next 6 months, I think. There's a flurry of investors running in that direction. Everybody's getting a FOMO. But yes, I mean, there are certain sectors which are impacted by COVID, and investors are currently yet not comfortable investing in those sectors, although some could take a longer view on things, but finally everybody's got an end of fund life. Everybody's got a time horizon. So therefore, it makes sense to focus in those sectors which are seeing those changes on the positive side, and maybe put your best foot forward and then look forward to closing it fast. I would say give yourself maybe 3 months on the outside, go well prepared. So take that time and then go ahead and do that. The dynamics have indeed changed. Things are slower than usual, but it's not like decisions are not happening. So decisions are taking place, and investors are now back on track. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. I think communication, learning, and the fact that you have to adapt to this change is reality, and work still continues. Thank you so much for sharing that. Over to you, Shashank.
I think the last 9 months have been very, very interesting. At 100x.vc, I mean, we are slightly different from the other VCs in the market because we are coming in at a very, very early stage. And our core objective is to kind of have a large portfolio of 100 odd companies each year. And then kind of be the first institution to check into these companies. So what changed for us during this year is that we thought, after making the first set of 20 investments, we'll move on to the next set. But come March, we saw COVID, and we decided to do a lot of portfolio management and ensure that these companies, which are in various sectors and across sectors, and we were still coming to, in terms of, getting used to the whole COVID situation. We started doing a lot of portfolio management before we decided to move into the next set of investments. So this year has been quite an interesting year, but as a fund, we've not stopped investing. We've in fact completed 29 investments in total. We've made 9 investments this year. And we are just about to close the next set of 10 investments, though our ticket sizes are small. But by the end of this year, we'll be sitting at a portfolio size of 40. That being said, most of our companies have managed to raise significant capital. Adding to Anoop's point, I think, from March till June, obviously everybody was tense and everybody was trying to figure out what to do. But I think post, August, there's a lot of dry powder in the market. Pre-Series and Series A transactions are happening. There are sectors which have accelerated, right? I was just before the panel started, there are product and services which have been impacted. So for instance, would I want to invest in a travel tech? No. But would I be interested in investing in a SaaS company right now? Certainly yes, because SaaS suddenly has accelerated. So some sectors have are really thriving right now, and hence it's catching the attention of investors. So it's a very interesting time, and I'm from my vantage point, because we are at the, so to speak, bottom of the pyramid.
Right.
We are going after many companies. 2021 is very, very exciting for us. So it's been an interesting year, and looking forward to the next year as well.
Great. Thanks, Shashank. In fact, I'll come back to you as part of the panel discussion to kind of double click on that bottom of the pyramid even earlier, because your angel investment experience, should be useful for our audience here. So moving over to Subhash, your opening comments, please.
No, I think while Anoop and Shashank obviously is kind of pretty much covered, but I think the whole English proverb called necessity is the mother of invention is something what I realized in the last 9 months. A lot of new businesses have come up, which are interesting, which are profitable, which are showing huge optimism. From our point of view, kind of companies, what we've seen huge amount of growth are in the retail tech space, SaaS for sure, EdTech and MedTech. Yeah, these are the kind of companies we are sort of focusing on stuff primarily based on the new term called contactless. Yeah, I think that's kind of bringing a huge amount of change and perception drivers in people's mind as well as from investors' mind. So I think that's so if you look at this trend, which will obviously continue for the next couple of years, I guess, keeping all those factors in mind, I guess 2021 is going to be a really, really interesting year for each one of us in the ecosystem, just not just for investors, for the investors, for the cohort companies, for the technology companies, and the customers. So I guess that's from my side.
Got it. Seems like you're excited, like many WhatsApp forwards these days, that 2020 please be on your way out fairly quickly, and come 2021.
It's just about a few days now from now, 20 days from now, to be precise.
Yeah, great. But the seeds have been laid this year for I think some spectacular new opportunities.
And yes, needless to mention, UK's already got the vaccine. Hopefully it works.
Actually, we will learn as we are learning other things. So I think good to have somebody else take the lead on this front.
Hopefully.
Great.
Hopefully.
Thank you, Subhash. So we'll move over to Mukesh.
Yeah. Right. So point is, I've been looking at least 30 to 40 startups a month at this point in time. I mean, thanks to my stint at R Ventures, last 3 years had been quite interesting in terms of startup interface. And I'm right in the middle of a big corporate conglomerates and startups most of the time. So I get the point of view from both sides as well. One thing that I want to very strongly emphasize on is that there are a lot of in-transit business that have been created because of COVID. And people are mistaking it for a long-term business for themselves too. I mean, for instance, health tech company booking revenues, showing revenues, going to Anup and Shashank and pitching, saying, okay, we've clocked 1 crore this year. Can you fund us? But that 1 crore has come from mask and PP kit sales, nothing else. So that may not really be a business which is going to really last long enough for them. So there is a proliferation of ed tech, health tech. In fact, retail also is coming up in a big way. That is something one needs to be wary of, that how long that business is going to last for them. Are they really looking at selling PP kits all their lives? Or are they going to only build content for edtech companies all their lives? Because there is only limited content for 12 standards or K-12 they can create. You just cannot keep Pythagoras theorems in 10,000 different ways that you can teach. I mean, there is only a few number of ways, limited number of ways that you can do it. So people need to understand that where the scale will come from. That's one important part. We've focused a lot on getting them market access, and because right now money is the primary driving factor for the business. And knowing Anup, in fact, I have my own syndicates as well. Funding is not that easy. Then, in fact, generating business is relatively easier today than raising funds, if at all one we really have to do. There are about 3 startups that I've had in my cohort in the last 4 months. We've generated order size worth $2.4 million for them across borders in last 4 months or so. So that is a good, and this is a very, very good time for you to actually go out and sell your innovations, because people are receptive to it. So if you sell them faster, sell them better, I'm sure Anup and Shashank would really be loosening their purse strings and simply say, okay, this is making sense and let's get you more money to support that. So focus on that at this point in time. Raising funds is a longer cycle than it usually has been in the past. But generating business, the sales cycles have been relatively much shorter. Decision making is much, much faster, because as has been mentioned in the panel, everybody's trying to do something or the other, because we still not know what is going to work for us all the time for a longer run. So that's something which is very, very important. So make use of your experiments on the others and make money while you're doing it. That's an important part.
Great. Thank you for those insights, Mukesh. Okay, Colonel Singh.
Yeah, my observations and experience in last 1 year has been slightly from a different perspective, both as a user and as a common man. When I see it, where are the problem lies? So entrepreneur in me finds out the areas which are gaps exposed post-COVID things. Government has not been able to have the solutions. Industry is struggling. All these are indication of the gaps. And when I notice this, especially when I look at my domain of defense and security and logistics part, enough opportunities have come up which can be tackled by the new entrepreneurs, and technology will definitely give them away. Just for the sake of discussion, like aviation industry, found out lots and lots of things to be newly designed for them to get it going. Similarly, in hospitality industry, FMCG, retail, e-commerce business, medical healthcare, everywhere they've found out struggling. And the worst is the logistics of manufacturing that has put under stress. So the areas which I've been looking for, how the new normals will define to address these gaps. And this is the area where I feel the new startups should focus their energies, and technology should be infused to tackle those which are being used as thermal processes in those industries. So that is the area where I find it, how hospitality industry will have no contact business, how FMCG industry will have the new way of doing packaging, how the supply chain mechanism will have a new tracking system space. So these are the areas which I find are lucrative and opportunities which should be forthcoming. That's my lookout for this situation.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that perspective. So I think now, just like opening up the discussion, and I think what I'm going to try to do is, not kind of overly cloud everybody's view through the COVID lens, because I think COVID, as we were discussing just before the kickoff of the panel, that a lot of things have been said and done about COVID, and everybody has learned, their lessons through it. So, let me start by asking a question to Anup, because his expertise in the consumer and the FMCG side of things has been like unparalleled. So, when you look at these two phenomena from, let's say, as an investor, when I also look at it, there are, one, obviously exhilaration and digital adoption of, customers getting, comfortable in ordering things online, having consumer brands purchased in a very different manner. You see that there are companies that are making investments in trying to create that direct customer relationship, like in the D2C brands, right? So my question to you would be to see, what are the kind of new tech disruptions or innovations that you're seeing, especially in these consumer goods, retail, FMCG kind of space, that really make it exciting for you.
Good question. I think this is one of the largest industries of daily consumption that is ripe for disruption, and it has had too many years being accorded for leadership to the same old players.
Right.
And I need not name them. They're all in our pantries and kitchens. Consumers, are taking a very, very hard look at the rear packaging label and seeing what they eat, seeing what they consume, and want to give the best to their families, from all perspectives, especially, removal of baddies is very high on everybody's agenda. Adulteration, purity, use of preservatives, artificial agents, all these things have been put in these products over a period of time, and people have come to understand that these are leading to diseases, these are leading to chronic illnesses, they're leading to unexplained, disorders, cancer, etc., all of that. So consumers are reconsidering all of their choices as far as household consumption is concerned like never before. This is an unprecedented watershed year in which everything is being reconsidered, because you've spent so much time with family and so much time at home, and you've had all 3 meals at home, you've had every other opportunity to reconsider what you're consuming. And therefore, the rear label has become more important than the front label. Bollywood celebrities, dancing in a 30-second commercial are not going to make a mother impressed about purchasing that product and bringing it home and feeding to her kids anymore. And I'm taking a harsher view of things, but I think there is far more influence out there which is available through social media, social platforms, and therefore this gives us the opportunity, as founders, to go and completely ride out this revolution that is happening and form direct connections with consumers, and hence the D2C space. Channel margins of 30 to 40% with no value addition, they are just gone, because guess what? Your address is better known to the delivery driver of Zomato, and he can deliver to you in the cheapest cost possible. And one of our companies, Country Delight, is already doing that. It has today become a 400 crore company in the field of milk and dairy, and now bread and eggs. Not by utilizing retail, but by going directly and establishing its own pipe using off-peak logistics. And it's got a, extremely low cost, unimaginably low cost. No FMCG brand can match it. The paradigms, therefore, of supply chain, paradigms of being in touch with your consumer, paradigms of market research, which I think today is dead in its conventional form. There is no need to conduct third-party market research. Nobody comes ringing a doorbell and saying, I want to ask you about, your detergent, or drop a sample at your house and all of that. All those paradigms are all gone.
Right.
Retail itself has undergone a complete revolution. Retailers have, adopted tech on the supply side because it suited them. It helped them give access to prices and products which they didn't have so democratically and so easily. So the likes of Udaan, etc. In the medium-sized grocery space, the likes of Gram Factory, where you have invested, or Gully Network, etc. They're doing that with the mid-sized retailers, which are GST registered, and therefore they are more have higher digital affinity, if I may call it, but they never had access to technology. So I think, look, the advent of consumer being in control is finally here.
Right.
They have the information, they have the social influencer groups where they're continuously exchanging thoughts about the products they use, They are recommending it to others, or they are actually recommending it to others not to use it. So therefore, no amount of, blitzkrieg of marketing on an IPL cricket match or signing up the best celebrity is going to do the trick. Finally, your product has to speak. Supply chain logistics can be managed by the brands themselves because the paradigms have all again undergone a change. You have to build an efficient pipe to the consumer's house. Consumers has also got used to negative balance, negative working capital, which is great for companies. So you fill up your wallet and then only can you order. It's the same as, if you don't have wallet balance, you can't order a taxi on Ola. So they're happy to engage with companies cashlessly, contactlessly, and do, be in touch with brands. It's a great opportunity to build new brands, and brands like Country Delight or Beardo, Dollar Shaving Club. Many of them have already proved that. Yeah, so it's an exciting time.
No, great. I think you threw in a lot of insights in that in your response, and I think the key takeaway, and I can vouch for. I'm a customer of Country Delight, and I think I've just been blown away by the consistency. So I think what they've also done is they've shifted the standard for the industry to a much higher level, right? In terms of your ability to kind of order till very late in the night and still kind of get a customized order delivered early in the morning without fail. I think the fundamentals of kind of building that relationship with the customer are stronger than ever, and they need to be stronger than ever. That's one key takeaway. And I think the other thing that you really highlighted is that all the barriers that people used to have in mind, or startup founders used to have in mind when they were thinking about, starting up, or, there are obviously some realities in terms of, creating consumer businesses. But at the end of the day, I think the whole supply chain to consumer connection side of it, and the influencer side of it, and the marketing side of it is all up for disruption. I think that's the bottom line, which I think is great for the future for this industry. So thank you so much for sharing that, Anup. I'll just do a follow-up question on just the funding aspect of it, right? So in a brief manner, if you could just explain, has the thought process for investors who've been looking at this space changed substantially because of COVID, or was that something that you were fundamentally looking at happening as a natural consequence of a growing economy like India, where consumerism is spreading to multiple levels? So that's probably been accelerated, but has that view changed?
So the view has definitely changed. We as a fund do not invest in retail brands where early venture capital will go in funding space on the shelf. We don't believe in investing in that space because we feel that it's plain vanilla. And what's so exciting about it, and when somebody recognizes this is a trend, they'll either buy you out or replicate it in very good time and be better on the shelf because they've already got 20 other products on the shelf, which means the large companies can play that game.
Right.
You have to play the game differently, and therefore D2C is what we believe in. We also believe in social commerce-led private label brands for cities which are beyond the top 5 cities, because e-commerce 1.0 does not work in those cities.
Right.
Grofers, MakeBasket, Amazon, Flipkart, etc. They all depend on a certain order size because the logistics cost is fixed. You cannot have a 150 rupee order being delivered at a cost of 150. That doesn't make any sense sustainably, right? Otherwise, you have to have deep funding. So e-commerce in the sort of metro cities does not work in its present form. You need social commerce. What that means is that there is a reseller who is aggregating the orders so that the composite order can be delivered at her house. She becomes a reseller. Right. And then she can distribute it to her neighbors and friends who are living around, and she can make a nice commission on top of that. So that model works. But the individual e-commerce delivery driver going and delivering a 150 rupee order to 10 houses, that doesn't work. So that model gets restricted and capped there unless GDP per capita in the country grows phenomenally well, which I don't think it is going to grow in the next few years at least. So that it becomes the other model that our fund at least believes in investing behind. So top cities, you have the D2C brands. Beyond the top cities, you have the social commerce brands.
Excellent. No, that really is a wonderful thesis as well. Great. So we'll move over to you, Shashank. So I think the interesting part of your life has been that you've done multiple hats, right? And you've been an angel investor before you kind of now became a formal institutional VC. So welcome to this side of the club. So the question for you is that what kind of changes have you observed along this journey now, specifically in funding dynamics, when the options for early stage investment for founders have gone up, right? So what's your take on this whole development and this whole space in the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, my journey for the startup ecosystem started way back in 2009 when I was the founding member for VCCH, which was a SaaS platform by VC Circle,
Right.
acquired by News Corporation in 2015. So I actually saw the advent of private equity and growth stage VC funds from 2008 on till 2015, and some very interesting investment thesis and the kind of companies which were being backed and funded, since we were tracking them in terms of the research platform. It's only 2016 onwards that I started actually getting into investments as an investor, angel investor, and then also before 100x, I was part of a fund. And what was interesting to see is that we now, for the first time in India, have larger private equity fund, ex managing director of private equity funds come and start their own smaller funds. We're also seeing a trend where existing growth stage funds are realigning and retweaking their ticket sizes from 1 million, 2 million, all the way down to 500K, and looking at very early stage companies. So for the first time in 10 to 15 years, today the ecosystem is very alive, so to speak. COVID, not COVID, right?
Mhm.
In terms of the support you have from an incubation side, in terms of the kind of fund you have, access to funds. So today, for the first time, entrepreneurs have a lot of access to capital. Smart capital, sector specific capital. You are building a SaaS company and you want to reach out to a seed fund which is only specific to a SaaS or a developer community, so to speak. You've got that. That is a very, very good indicator of where we are in terms of the ecosystem. That's first point. Second point is the sheer opportunity, as Mukesh also pointed out, the sheer opportunity which has arisen due to COVID. Some businesses, yes, you will find who are taking short-term advantage by selling, let's say, labeling themselves as healthcare and selling PPE kits, right? Which is a very short-term thing, right? But then for the first time, there are also businesses which are emerging in healthcare, which are trying to, let's say, figure out and fill in a gap on a permanent level of, let's say, removing the first or second time consultation required for diagnosing cancer, right? Which can be enabled on a platform basis. And those are situations which are getting accelerated. So you'll have both sides of the situation. Either way, it's a good time to fail quickly and experiment something new. From an investor's perspective, I think I'm seeing at the stage which we are at, we make all our investments through a safe instrument, which essentially is a non-SHA round. And the only reason for that is because we believe there are many opportunities which are emerging. Are in a position to close transactions quickly within 20 to 30 days.
Right.
And then our objective is to back companies which where we feel we can add short-term value, 3 to 6 months, and get them metric driven so that a pre-series A or series looking at them. Because mind you, Series A fund or a typical Series A fund, and Anup can back me on this, is they'll do 10 odd deals a year. Well, they'll really put their head and really figure out what's the long-term play over there for the next 3-4 years. And I think and I was on a panel discussion earlier this morning, and we were discussing the same thing. 2010 and 2020, things have changed so much that just in the last 3-4 years, today for an investor and an entrepreneur has a lot of opportunity to grow. Investors, in terms of startup investment asset class, is really increasing. 2020, I think, is a year where your real estate has fallen off the charts, and everything is here and there. And startup investments has become truly an asset class which passive investors or enterprising angel investors can start looking at. And what we are trying to do is also enable them to invest through the SQL safe note or a safe note which we use, and thereby create that base in the ecosystem. So that's my take. I think there's never been a better time from an investor side to start investing and start looking at startups. albeit you need to figure out which sectors, have some level of understanding, and also a great time for entrepreneurs, Indian entrepreneurs, to start building out solutions, because there are, as Colonel Singh said, there's so many problems on the logistics side, on the warehousing side. Just to quickly add a point, for the last 4 years, ever since I've been on the investment, I've been looking at automation in manufacturing for the longest time. I've seen so many solutions, and some very great ones. They've never been adopted for some reason or the other, right? There are
Right.
solutions in the market. For the first time, some of those companies picked up pace during COVID, purely because of fear of social distancing, and we need to maintain that. SMEs, for the first time, had the opportunity to automate it. It still hasn't come through, despite this great opportunity of 9 months lockdown. We still not have been able to transform that. So there are gaps which needs to be filled up. But again, this is a great and golden opportunity from both ends, and that's my take on it. There are macro level issues in terms of policies and all that, but I think it's a great time for India to kind of churn and so that's my take in terms of how it's really evolved. And it's a great time to be making investments,
Right.
at least at the seed stage, and identify early opportunities.
Right. I think that's very true, and I think the other challenge that sometimes I worry about, and I'd love to hear your thoughts and even Anoop's on that, is that there is so much of kind of signal to noise ratio, right, which has also gone dramatically up, right? It's just the sheer volume of activity that has started to happen in this space. It's very difficult for, I think, for really great innovative founders to kind of break through the clutter and kind of get themselves exposed. I think they have to probably work a little bit harder, because because of almost like democratization of the startup opportunity for everyone. There's so many plays that are happening constantly. So I think the investor side of the scheme of challenge is that you have to find these wonderful founders who are very creative, betting for the long term, creating sustainable businesses. At the same time, you're also seeing a lot of these short-term opportunities pop up. So I think an investor and the founder have to do a little bit of homework to make sure that they're kind of standing up above the kind of a differentiation cloud, to just get that conversation going. Love to hear your thoughts and Anoop's perspective on it. Do you agree with this?
Anoop, do you want to go first?
No, please go ahead. Continue your thoughts here.
So, there is, because it's a great time, the onus completely lies on the side, in terms of which companies they want to back. Hence, it needs to be backed by research. You need to have an understanding of the sector you're backing. It can't be gut. Even if you're an aspirational investor, an angel investor, if you've been listed, you technically would do your due diligence on that particular investment. Same principles apply on the startup side, and also on an institutional fund. So a lot of time needs to be spent in terms of, do you really fundamentally believe that the sector is going to scale? Does have does he or she have a unique proposition which could possibly scale, as Anoop mentioned, tier 2, 3 or 3 opportunity, right? If it's not a me too, then where is the opportunity? What's the moat and unfair advantage, so to speak? And similarly for entrepreneurs, I think India is a country of problems, right? So there are so many solutions to be offered,
right.
From a tech and non-tech. And if founders are building out solutions for the problems which seem to be there, or can be fixed in tier 2, tier 3 capacity because of the data penetration, so on and so forth, and they only focus on that and forget about being identified by investor, I think then it's a win-win situation, because as much as they want funding, we investors are also looking for outliers.
Right.
So rest assured, if they're building something, we'll find them, and those processes are coming into this. So I think investors need to do their homework in terms of research,
Right.
and entrepreneurs need to focus on what solution they're solving. And in my context, it needs to be, what's the great problem you're solving for India? And I think rest will just follow, because again, the discovery process will just happen very swiftly, purely because there's so much noise.
Got it. Thank you so much. 30 seconds rejoinder from you, Anoop, on that.
I think I'll probably wait to hear some other points of view, and then maybe, yeah, I'd love to do
Great,
that. Yeah.
great. So I'm gonna switch gears a little bit, and we're gonna move to Subhash with a question, because I think he's the one who kind of brings in a lot of international perspective to the table as well here. So Subhash, you specifically, since your lens is this whole UK, Middle East, Africa, and Asia kind of corridor, what kind of startup disruptions have you seen, and what kind of new opportunities have you seen, that have opened up recently?
Sure. I think one big thing which has obviously happened over the last 8-9 months is, as human beings as a race have realized the value of their lives. And I think the whole concept now has gone down at the consumer level, at the enterprise level. And if you broaden the thought, if you think everything that is happening is how you sort of minimize the risk. So if you ask what we've been saying, I mean, we've been operating in Singapore since 2017, and then the UK since last year. And what we've been seeing, and the kind of companies what we've been recruiting is obviously are those companies which were trying to sort of mitigate that aspect, that risk, and create more value for either for human beings or for enterprises. We're not investors, first of all, but obviously given the programs what we run, we are a sort of an accelerator of accelerator. We run incubation for about 3 years for every company that we recruit. So what we are trying to do, and what we've been seeing as well, I mean, for instance, there's a medtech company which is offering stethoscopes using Bluetooth as a service, Bluetooth as a technology. Now, what that happens is when you use that kind of stethoscope, you are obviously doing a lot of contactless aspiration for the patients. Okay, so on the IoT side, if you look at it, and using IoT and consumer health tech, we've got people who's offering something like a smart lighter. Now, lighter obviously is one thing which people like to reduce smoking, but given the kind of wide length and breadth, the way they're offering the service, the device, it brings a huge amount of change in the way the consumer would behave. So that's the trend what I see have been happening, and we've got getting companies, or rather innovators, rather I would say, from across the world. We've got people from Portugal, from Indonesia, and most importantly, obviously from India, who are coming and becoming part of our cohorts. But and the trend point of view, if you ask me, yes, investors are looking at newer opportunities, newer innovations. Okay, I think one good thing which is happening is which I probably did not see earlier. Investors are now giving more time to understand the problem that they resolve. Okay, into new technologies and the difference that they're creating now than they were ever. So I think these are the couple of trends which I would say are making huge motivational factors for new innovators, new product owners. And I think that's what I see the trend would continue for next couple of years. While we are obviously focused in terms of connecting all the dots across most of the companies, yes, a lot of funding is obviously happening between UK and India. UK investors pumping a lot of money in Indian outfits, as long as those companies have an entity registers in the UK, because that gives a lot of tax saving to the UK investors. But yes, that's what I guess I would like to sum up to.
Great. Thank you so much for that perspective. Great. So I think we'll move to Mukesh. Mukesh, you had touched upon this topic in terms of your work, especially with both the customer side of things and the startup entrepreneurs, and we are also seeing a lot of acceleration adoption of transformative technologies, whether it's coming to address remote teams, productivity pieces, or virtual collaboration, etc. What do you think are the kind of long-term opportunities, and both from a business's perspective on how businesses are looking at this landscape, and how entrepreneurs should kind of see where these opportunities exist specifically in India?
Well, see, I mean, taking cue from what Anup was talking about in terms of D2C and B2B businesses thriving more, there is one big reason that I understood and that people have been talking about is that there is not enough readiness required in terms of adopting any B2C or a D2C solution. I don't need to be tech ready all the time. My infrastructure doesn't need to be in place for me to be able to adopt a D2C solution. All I need is an application, education on the app, and I'll start using it in certain ways and all this stuff. Whereas from a B2B perspective, there are a lot of infrastructure challenges. There are a lot of learning, unlearning challenges, change management, adoption. So B2B definitely becomes a long-term aspect where adoption will take place. It'll be There are management which will have to change. Like Anup mentioned, that we still have dinosaur generation people running consumer goods in various ways and still are doing good for themselves in certain ways and all. So that's one part of it that's very, very important. Secondly, the early stage entrepreneurs or mid stage entrepreneurs, we are still relatively policy immune. Taking a point that government policies mostly happen at a macro level, people impacting larger conglomerates and how things really have to work. Even if my GST differential comes in percentage value, for a smaller entrepreneur, the overall number will be it will be marginal impact if we really look at it, that particular point. So someone who's paying just 50,000 rupees GST a month, even if there is a 2% or a 5% variant, it's just 2,500 rupees. It really doesn't change life that way and all. So that's something that one really has to understand. Very importantly, that don't worry about, as you said, noise and the signal value of it. So let's not worry too much about the macro policies that will be made. We still have to go a long way to actually be impacted by those macro policies to start with. Secondly, do not really get swayed away just by the D2C or B2C, because they will always have an immediate growth path. But we've seen churn, retention, all those issues that keep coming in terms of D2C and B2C businesses and all this stuff. And B2B definitely has a much, much longer perspective and much long-term perspective that comes in from that side. Investment side also as well. B2C and D2C people have well-defined evaluation models that are in place. I've seen most of the fund houses. I talk to them day in, day out. As I said, I own a syndicate of my own where we do that mathematics as well. We do this, it's very easy for everybody to understand because there will be population increase, there is a consumption increase, there is a pattern. People understand that very well. And that's what happens. And that's why entrepreneurs are also moving more and more towards B2C and D2C. That's what's just happening. B2B, it's difficult to be able to account for so many variables that really come in and overall impact that really has to come in. Like Shashank was mentioning, this is a great time for SaaS applications right now. Adoption is good. People can really take it. That's what happens and all. For all those factors to be budgeted in, I think we need to educate also ourselves a lot, considering the environment is going to be very, very different from 21 till 2025. It's going to be very different world, very different than what it was from 2015 to 2020. People's perspective has changed. Like Subhash mentioned, the value of life has come up. People take very conscious calls and conscious decisions nowadays. People invest in for long terms. And now people have also started building for contingencies, which never happened earlier.
Right.
Everybody thought life is so smooth and so good. So people have started budgeting for that also as well. So these are two different worlds. Look at them differently altogether. And there is a different level of expertise that is required. I have had investors and funds surrendering saying that your technology is way too deep, will not be able to take it any further. We just can't we just don't have the capability to do the due diligence on this. But if you integrate it with some particular product which will sell in the market, we are in.
Got it. Understood. Understood.
So all that simply things happen and all. So just understand that particular word.
No, very helpful. Very helpful. Thank you for that context. I'll move to Colonel Singh. Your experience in the logistics sector, especially and the defense sector, specifically, I think is going to be very vital because logistics sector has actually been the lifesaver for both citizen and services alike and companies alike during the pandemic, and we've seen how that can change the game. What can you tell us about the startup activity in this space, and where do the opportunities still lie going forward?
Okay. Basically, I will cover the area which was impacted in the logistics sector and how it has unfolded the opportunities which I see it can be exploited by new entrepreneurs. First, I would like to just get on with things which have become a new normal. One is no contact logistics will be an area where people will be looking at. There will be an expectation from the buyer side to get into a minimum people handling it, and that's where the issue which Subhash was pointing it out about automation part. So this is where we will be looking at. It's a focus of the new generation. Traceability, tracking your consignments will be an issue. So new technology, new methods will have to be followed. Sterilization, sanitization, and smart logistics, where from the point of buying the raw material to the time it's packaged and delivered, there needs to be a sense of accountability. Now, that is the part where people have to build in the systems, their ERPs have to be managing those. So people have to open their horizon into these areas. And least not is the blockchain, because the most number of things which are now going to get online, cyber activity will have to be dealt with accordingly. So cyber laws, cyber security issues, blockchain technology will be fully exploited now, because you will have to get the two ends connected. So these gaps which have been identified, people have to use the best of the technologies to cover those areas. One change which I find it's now going to be from global to regional, because of the areas, the monopolies people trying to create, they will have to be changed over. So you'll have regional logistics have to be catered by different brands, different models, and then take control of it and maybe replicate it to the other regions.
Great.
Inventory management is another area where you will see the inventories have to be stocked in a manner to cater for a contingency for at least for a short period of time to build it up, the capacity.
So Colonel Singh, sorry, I'll have to pause you right there. Unfortunately, we seem to have run out of time, and I just want to make sure that we don't drop off abruptly and kind of close the session. Hopefully, we'll get more opportunity to come back to you soon. But I just want to quickly thank the panelists and everyone here to have actually shared your insights. I think I found them personally very useful and valuable, and hope the audience here would have benefited tremendously. And we hope we can do this actually again, because I think there's a lot to be uncovered as we step into 2021. So with wishing everyone here a wonderful 2020 and a fantastic rest of the event, I'll close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, guys. Pleasure. Happy New Year to you too.
I'm somewhat nervous, and I'll tell you why. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're watching this a little later on a YouTube recording, etc., good day to you. My name is Puneet Modgill, and it's my professional privilege and a personal pleasure to welcome Dr. Dhruv Nath. I have had the pleasure to know him for more than 25 years. Yes, we look very young, but we are not. But it's been a pleasure knowing him. My second job at NIIT, long time back. And I worked with Dr. Dhruv Nath directly, indirectly. And I remember him as one of the most youthful senior executives in that company, with a sense of humor which is unmatched, and always smiling and always available. You know, when you work from, when the company grows from a small young company, which NIIT used to be, and Dr. Nath he joined NIIT in the early stages of the company, so qualifies as a startup that time. I did not, I joined a little later. And the company grew in front of me. I was there for 5 years. Dr. Dhruv Nath was there for almost 19 years, almost 20 years, 18 years actually. And so we've seen, he's seen that growth, and he was always available and always willing to help youngsters like me. I was a very young rookie. So despite all these years,
you are still a youngster.
Despite absolutely, despite all these years, 3 things have remained the same for Dr. Dhruv Nath: his sense of humor, his willingness to help and have a positive smile, and his youthful charm and that energy level which drives him. Before I hand over the panel, the dais, the opportunity for him to share his perspectives, I'd like to add that in his professional capacity, after he did his BTech and PhD in computer science from IIT Delhi, he has worked for NIIT, where he saw the growth of the company from just an idea to a large company which went public. And later on, he has spent equally a number of years with MDI, Management Development Institute in Gurgaon, which has also emerged in the last 20 years from being one of the early private B school educations to now being one of the top 20 in India. And so he's been part of both industry and academia. And more importantly, over the last few years, he's been actively involved with the Angel Network, helping startups. He's also a new author, not new as in he has already published 3 books, but I call him new because the most relevant book for our discussion today is this book. There's a mirror image, Funding Your Startup. But in his own unique way, yeah, there you go. The title also has that blurb which says, "and other nightmares." So it's not all a gushy positive story. It's overall very positive, but it also takes you through an amazing journey of not only his perspective and his co-author's perspective, but interview with many names that we now found as poster children for entrepreneurship in India. and their perspective. Equally important is his framework called Persistent, and I'll let Dr. talk about that in more detail. But now he's actively involved with angel investment, with the ideation and early stage startups. So those are few highlights of what I see his career. He drives a Thar, so young at heart, young in action. And my apologies if I'm not able to do justice to your immense experience and expertise. Dhruv. And at NIT, we used to call each other by a first name. So sometimes I'll call him Dr. Nath, sometimes Doc, and sometimes Dhruv, and sometimes Professor.
Sometimes DN. I was DN.
DN, there you go.
Which actually makes me sound like a smuggler.
So with that, let me now hand over this control to you, sir, to take us through your journey. And one of the questions I got from the last session, just before lunch, which I had the pleasure of hosting, was around the funding and how that situation has changed post-COVID. And I know you've talked about this in detail in the book, but it'll be great to hear your perspective. So over to you. And for audiences who are listening in from different platforms, different channels, you have the opportunity to ask us questions. I'll let Professor Nath finish his ideas, etc. session, and then we'll include some of your questions. So please use the chat option if you are on the platform for IMI. If you're seeing this on us on LinkedIn Live or Facebook or other channels where we're going live right now, you can include your question, and one of my co-moderators organizers will pop the question back to me. I'll go through the questions and I'll select a few or one of them at the end of our formal presentation, which is being started now by Professor Nath. So over to you, sir.
Great. Thanks so much, Puneet. So like Puneet says, sorry, for me, he's not Mr. Modgil. He's Puneet. Old friend. Well, not so old, young friend actually, but we've known each other for many, many years. And he rightly mentioned that, in the last several years, the one thing which I have been doing a lot of is what I would call angel investing, right? Where I've been involved in startups, I've been mentoring them, many successful ones and also many failed ones, right? And in the process, I've written this book, which Puneet spoke about, right? Funding of startup and other nightmares. And what I will do is, since I was asked to focus on the startup environment, particularly in the COVID scenario, and also talk about funding, I will take you through some of the stories, the kind of stories that we have in the book, and then we will discuss what the implication is for funding and what the implication is in the COVID environment, right? And the title I have used here is Startups and COVID. Is it a crisis or is it an opportunity, right? So, by the way, this is the book. So, I don't have to talk about COVID. Everybody knows what the hell it is. And unfortunately, most families, most businesses have been impacted. And if you look at a typical founder, either a guy who's already got a startup or a person who, is planning to start something, what does he look like? Typically, he would look like this, right? And incidentally, not only does he look sad and doleful and dejected, he actually looks a bit like Mickey Mouse, because I would say wo chuha ban gaya, right? So, this is the problem, where everybody says, my God, COVID has hit us. What the hell do we do? Mar gaya. If you're a Bengali, you would have said, Sarbonash, more gelo, right? So this is the problem. However, what I want to focus on today is every time there is a crisis, there is an opportunity, right? And what I want to talk about is the potential opportunity that has come through because of COVID hitting us. Right? And I'll take two stories from my own experience. And both of these stories, by the way, are startups which I have personally invested in as an angel investor. So this is a company called Planet Spark. Right? Very bright guys, two very bright founders. They used to run learning centers for school kids, kind of automated or semi-automated tuition centers, where the child would go to the center and there was a mentor over there or a teacher. There would be a workbook and there would also be some digital content. And in the process, the child would learn. So this was typically after school. Then what happened? COVID happened. So problem is, during COVID, kids would not come to the center, right? The parents would, just refuse to send them. So suddenly, the business stopped. What did these guys do? They said, okay, no problem. We will, for the moment and maybe for the long term, move to a pure online model where rather than coming to the center and learning, you learn from home and the mentor is now there with you online, right? So they moved to an online model, which I'm sure you would agree with is what most people are doing. Everybody is doing online learning. Okay. However, that's not the point I want to make. The point I want to make is they actually realized something else. They realized that in today's environment, children have lots of time. Therefore, not only do they need to learn curriculum, but they have time to learn other things beyond curriculum. All right. Things like what? Things like painting, dancing, singing, robotics, programming, which may not be taught in school, but these are good things to learn. And potentially, one of these could become your career direction. So, what these guys did was, now that they had moved online, they discovered this huge new opportunity, which is extracurricular learning online. Right? And today they are probably market leaders. You know, if you look at learning curriculum online, that's a very, very crowded space. You've got Topper, you've got Byju's, you've got all these guys. But in this space, there is probably nobody else, or there are people, but they are small guys. And these guys are growing dramatically, right? So suddenly they took advantage of this opportunity, the disruptive opportunity, which completely disrupted the market. And the opportunity was created by what? By COVID. Okay. And they've grabbed the opportunity. Let me take one more example. And this is again a company that I have invested in. So this is called Phone Per Loan. You know, when you look at banks, when you look at NBFCs, typically they give loans to whom? They give loans to people, middle class people. And these could be large loans. They could be 50,000, could be 1 lakh, could be 5 lakhs. Housing loans would be maybe going into crores. The problem is, the low salaried employees, the drivers, the security guards, the office boys, those guys nobody gives loans to, because the quantum, the amount of loan is too small to take care of the overhead. And therefore, it will not be a profitable business, right? Phone Per Loan had been working in this area and they used to give loans to such people. So they had partnered with NBFCs. The money came from there. These guys used to do the marketing, the selection of these people to whom loans would be given. And then finally, the money would actually be given by the NBFC, right? And normally this would be on the loan, entirely digital. Now what happened? COVID, and therefore the NBFCs ran out of money, right? And as you know, during the COVID crisis, for the first 4-5 months at least, there was a huge problem. If by the way, you are an investor in any NBFCs, you would have realized that many of them, the share price in the stock market had dropped dramatically, sometimes as much as 50, 60, 70%. Why? Because the NBFCs were not able to function. And because the NBFCs were not able to function, this company, Phone Per Loan, could not give loans. So their business stopped, right? Now what did they do? Again, look at the opportunity. Look at the smartness of the guy, right? The smartness of the guy is he realized that in this COVID environment, suddenly health has become a major priority and everybody is worried. Boss, agar mere ko hospital jana hoga, kya hoga? I may not have the money to afford it, or I may not have the money to afford a good hospital, right? So therefore, health insurance become a very high priority for the same guys, for the security guard, for the drivers, for the nurses, for the lift attendants, for the office peons. They are very, very keen to get health insurance. What he said was, okay, I will. The problem is these guys cannot afford the premium, the health insurance premium. They can't afford it. What I will do is I will talk to insurance companies. Rather than NBFCs, I will now partner with insurance companies, and they are willing, and in fact, 2 companies were willing to do this. They are willing to sell health insurance on EMIs. EMI based health insurance, these these poorer people can afford, not a problem. So suddenly he switched his model from selling phone per loan, which is loans, to selling health insurance on EMIs. And it's a huge opportunity. And potentially, looking at this, a lot of other players can also get into it, right? So it's a disruptive, a very, very large opportunity created by COVID. Okay. So now the fundamental question which I have for you guys is, there are these, I've only given 2 examples, but I'm sure you can see many, many more. Who are the companies who can grab these opportunities? Is it companies like ITC, companies like the Tatas, companies like the Birlas? Is it Hindustan Lever? Is it maybe Maruti? Is it, one of these Mahindras? No, they can't. You know why? Because these companies are large, they are slow moving. They cannot suddenly grab an opportunity and launch within 2 months. Who can? The startup can, right? Because the startup is small, the startup can quickly shift. And you look at Phone per Loan, look at Planet Spark, whatever they did, they shifted within 1 month, right? Hindustan Lever cannot do that. ITC cannot do that. Mahindras cannot do that. Maruti cannot do that. They have a huge set of factories. How do they change, what the factory is producing from Maruti to maybe something completely different? Okay. So the startup is the one who can grab these opportunities. And believe me, I am an angel investor. I keep meeting lots of these guys. Lots of these smart startups are actually grabbing these opportunities and growing dramatically in this period. Dramatically. So my recommendation to you is, please grab this opportunity and grab it fast. Okay. I have one more, a couple of other comments to offer. One is, in the book, we have actually described a framework which helps you create a successful startup. It doesn't guarantee it, obviously, but it helps you create a successful startup. And that framework is called persistent, where each letter in this word stands for something that you need to do. So I'll just take you quickly through this, because that will help you once you decide to grab one of these opportunities, or if you're already in one of these opportunities. So the first letter P stands for problem, which means you have to be solving a problem for somebody. Otherwise, you're not running a business, right? And Planet Spark very clearly was solving a problem of learning for kids, right? Secondly, you have to have an earnings model. Somebody has to be willing to pay you for solving that problem. And clearly, Planet Spark and Phone per Loan, both of them, obviously had an earnings model, because they would charge a fee. Third, size of the market is important. When you're looking at these opportunities, obviously you don't want to stagnate, right? You want to grow dramatically and you want to grow big. So size of the market is huge. And, if you look at Planet Spark, clearly the size of the market is huge, because the number of kids who want learning, and that too online learning, is just phenomenal. But if the size of the market is crowded, then, and in the case of Planet Spark, actually the learning market is very crowded, because you have Byju's, you have Topper, you have all these guys, the online learning market. Then you identify a subset of that market, which I will call a niche, which is large enough but not crowded, right? And these guys, in their smartness, identified the subset of extracurricular learning, which is not crowded, very few people in that, and suddenly they're booming, right? So identify a niche. Obviously, you have to have a scalable business, because even in that market, you have to have the ability to grow rapidly, right? And any digital business is very highly scalable, because you don't need to keep adding manpower to generate more and more revenues. And both the ones I talked about, which is Phone per Loan as well as Planet Spark, are in the digital category, so very highly scalable. Very, very important, risk. And every business has risk, and the biggest risk is the risk of your competitor getting into the same market and potentially killing you, right? So you need an entry barrier. Entry barrier is what? This is my business. I have to make sure that I create something within this business so that my competitor is not able to enter and kill me. So it's a barrier for him to enter, right? And if you look at Planet Spark, clearly the entry barrier they have as of now is the huge amount of courses that they have created in the learning as well as in the extracurricular learning space. Because anybody else who wants to compete with them will have to first create that large number of courses. And the second entry barrier, obviously, over time is the brand, because parents start trusting it and therefore they are willing to send to get their kids to learn online through Planet Spark. By the way, if you have a very innovative solution, which Planet Spark did have and which Phone Per Loan also did have, then that's a very, very good entry barrier. So, for example, if you have a patent or a couple of patents, that's a great entry barrier because legally your competitor is not allowed to copy you. Okay. Two important things. One is the team led by the founder, because we strongly believe even if the business model is not the greatest, the right guy, the right founder will make sure it works. Right? He will keep changing. He'll keep pivoting to make sure it works. Okay. And finally, the proof of everything else is traction, which means you may have the best earnings model, you have taken care of risk, great entry barrier, very high scalability, highly innovative, but the ultimate proof is dhanda aa raha hai ki nahi? Are customers coming to you? Are they paying you? Is that revenue increasing month on month? Is it not increasing, right? So this is the persistent framework, where, as you can see, each letter of the word persistent stands for something: problem, earnings model, risk, and so on. And my suggestion is, when you grab your opportunity, try and evaluate your startup using a framework like this. Okay. Probably the last question. Will you get investors? Everybody's worried. COVID times, boss, paisa nahi hai, people don't have money to invest. No, that's not correct. Not correct at all. 20 years ago, you only had a few rich angels, right? Maybe 50, 100. So people like Narayan Murthy, Nandan Nilekani, Ratan Tata and co. Today, you have a very interesting concept of what I call the Aam Aadmi angel. Incidentally, I must clarify, it has nothing to do with Mr. Kejriwal's party. Nothing at all. I've just used the same terms, right? So the Aam Aadmi angel is what? It's a common man like me. I'm an angel investor. I'm a professor, right? I invest only 5 lakhs. But together, 20 of us can invest 1 crore. Okay. And these guys, there are lots and lots of them. There are probably, it's a guesstimate, but probably about 20-25,000 Aam Aadmi angels floating around in the country, and lots of NRIs in the US, in Dubai, in Canada, who are very keen to grab the Indian opportunity and invest money here. So the money is there. In fact, the kind of, at Lead Angels, we fund startups, and we find as of today, the amount of money that is willing to fund startups has actually gone up. So COVID has not had any problem. We are actually have a lot of money. So the opportunity is there. The opportunity to create something disruptive has been given to you by COVID. The money is there. My last question, what the hell are you waiting for, boss? Grab the opportunity. Grab the opportunity and run. Okay. So I think with that, I will stop, and I'll probably stop my sharing. Just hold on. Just hold on. I have to figure out, stop sharing. That's right. Yeah. So it's back to my face and Puneet's face once again. Now, Puneet, questions. I hope I haven't shot. Professor Una, I don't know when the hell to stop.
No, this time you were a good professor and a good industry wala. So you absolutely did the right thing. You finished all the slides. When I saw 45 slides, I said, boss.
No, most of them are not used.
So thank you so much. So it was very brief and very succinct. So thank you so much. The question that I usually get, and I'm inviting audiences now to pop the question. Aparna, my co-organizer, if you can set us some questions. So yeah, there's a question which says, how would you rate a startup before investment? What exactly would be the red card, which is red flag? How much persistency needs to be shown? Because one of the things you didn't talk about is the acronym is persistent, and a startup guy has to be persistent. Thoda besharam bhi aur thoda persistent bhi, tenacity.
Yeah.
Which would be a key factor rather than traction. So a couple of questions. Essentially, when you look at a business plan, beautifully crafted, we all have pitch decks. It's becoming more commonplace now. What is that secret formula? How would you say, I'm gonna be the first one to say yes to this proposal? So typically what happens is an angel community, you'll be few of you looking for deals, and one guy will say, "Yep, I'm going to put my 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs."
Yeah.
That's a typical investment an angel would make in a one particular project. And then the other will say, "Haan, chalo karte hain." So what would be the trigger point for you, sir, which will say, "Yeah, I'm the first one to say yes"? It's like one of those shows where people vote. So if you're an angel investor, when do you say yes?
Yeah. So obviously we look at the persistent model, but I would say a lot of investors look at that without using the same terms, but basically they're looking at the same things, right? However, I will give you the most important thing. At an early stage, angel investors normally invest at a very early stage. At the early stage, you only have a vague idea about the business, and you only have a vague idea about what direction it will take. You have no clue, right? Anything can change, and normally startups pivot several times before they finally get what we call a product market fit, where the market likes what you're offering and therefore is willing to pay. So what we look at, I think most of all, is the founder. Most of all. And I'll tell you the kind of things we look for. One thing I look for, and all of us look for, is passion. If the guy is passionate, then he will be persistent. If he's passionate, he will go on and on and on, boss. In a startup, you have all kind of stumbling blocks. You'll have RBI regulations coming in. 2-3 years ago, Puneet, you'd be aware, we had the silly angel tax coming up, right?
Correct.
I know a lot of founders, they said, boss, main apna dhanda chalaun ya should I keep answering the income tax office? I mean, that was so silly. However, you have a lot of downs and you have to have the ability to go through. And the only thing that can really take you through all this is passion. Right? So I think passion is one very clear thing we look for. The second thing we look for, very importantly, is we look for the guy's awareness of that business. Now, the business itself, we don't know how well it will do, but the guy has to have very solid grounding in that business. So if the guy, you ask him questions and he says, no, sir, this I don't know, this, that puts us off, right? So guys who are passionate, guys who are very, very well informed about their business, these are two things we look at. I will give you a couple of things which put us off. And you mentioned the word red flag. Guys who are, I will use the term phadu, फेंकू, मुंह खोलता है बोल देता है. We don't like such people. We like grounded guys. We like guys who are honest, down to earth, guys who know their business. What they don't know, they're very clear about. What their weakness is, they're very clear about. They don't try and fudge. Nobody likes founders who try and fool you. Because the moment you must remember, Puneet, pitching to a set of angels, you normally pitch to how many? 30, 40, 50, 100 at one time. One guy, some of them will be in your sector. There'll be enough experts in your sector. You try and fool them and they'll catch you. And that is the end of your presentation. So a couple of red flags and a couple of very strong things that we look for.
Great. So now, pre-corona, everybody was focused on growth, scalability. Anybody would come to you saying, sir, mera ek POC ho gaya hai, pilot ho gaya hai, ab jara fund chahiye because I want to really take it to market. Post-corona, the consumer demand is very different. If you're online serving, like the two examples you gave, they had to pivot. So they were looking for they were purely online in a way, or they went online. But what would you say in a situation where demand is not immediate? It may not, unless you're in that sector where you're doing something called digitalization of the existent infra. How would you look at investment proposals differently? Or if I was to say it, how should entrepreneurs reach out to angels differently? Clearly, scale is not the immediate story, or it could be for some sectors.
Okay. So first of all, I would say investors are smart enough and they realize, look, if there is a demand which is likely to come up in the foreseeable future, maybe 6 months from now, that's okay. That's not a problem. The problem with COVID is that the future is very uncertain. We don't know when it will come, right? I mean, will sufficient vaccines be available in India? Will they work? Will it be 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years? Nobody knows, right? So the investor normally shies away from uncertainty. Yes, if today you don't have a demand, but you know it's coming up, not a problem. What I must tell you one very interesting thing that investors have actually, in a way, benefited from COVID. And I'll tell you why. A very interesting thought. if you have a startup which has been badly impacted, right? Its sector has been badly impacted by COVID. There are two kinds of founders. There is one kind of founder who says, boss, mar gaya. I will only sit at home and play video games, and next thing we'll see, no investor wants this guy, right? But there are some founders like the two I just mentioned, right? They say, no, we will pivot, we'll change our business model and grab the opportunity, right? And we today, one of the questions we ask founders is, what have you done during the COVID period? If the guy, has gone under or he's just sitting idle, waiting for things to, we don't invest in him, right? So I would say, if you are a fighter, even if you haven't got revenues, if you have figured out ways to survive, and obviously the way to survive would vary from startup to startup, it depends on your industry. But if you figured out a way to survive, to an investor like us, that's a very, very positive sign, right?
Thank you so much. We've got
post-COVID.
We've got stop at 2:40. So we've done, and this is a great one because perish versus pivot, and clearly the ones who are ready to pivot will succeed more.
Yeah.
We'll continue this conversation perhaps with you, Professor Nath, on the internet, LinkedIn. You've
and over chai.
So back to you, Aparna, and I'm looking forward to getting my book copy autographed by you when we meet in person. Aparna,
Great,
over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nath, for being with us today. And of course, thank you, Mr. Modgil, for moderating the session so smoothly. Once again, thank you to both our speakers. Thank you to all our delegates for being with us. Please stay tuned for more such conversations. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Pleasure to be here. Mr. Ramaprakash Ramamurthy, Director, AI Research, Zoho Corporation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Mr. Ramakrishna V, Co-founder and CEO, Zorium Technologies Private Limited. Welcome, sir. I welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us here today. Before I request Mr. Agarwala to kindly take the discussion forward, I'm going to request all the attendees to kindly put their questions in the chat box, and the panel will address a selected few at the end of the session. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. And thank you, IMAI, for organizing such an interesting topic. I think all tech startups are looking to grow fast. So growth hacks, talking about tech, all of those are very interesting. Let me do a quick background about me and my thoughts, and then I'll pass it on to the panel. So I run a fund called Sensei Ventures. We invest in early stage artificial intelligence startups. And when I say artificial intelligence, it's not just that you're using artificial intelligence, which a lot of companies now do, but you're AI first. Without AI, your solution won't work. So those are the startups we fund. So I work with a lot of young startups. I've seen them grow, and I'll share some of their stories. I will hand it over to, and for today's topic, basically, we'll try and address growth hacks and tech hacks in three basic domains, right? One is on the technology stack. How do you get quickly started? Open source, XYZ. Second piece would be product. MVP, product market fit. Let's get some thoughts around that. And finally, we'll talk about, of course, markets, because that's really where the growth comes from, where your customers are. So how to get to your customers, how to deal with that. Yeah. So let me start with Rama. Since he is in the AI world, I, of course, have deep opinion. So let me pass it on to Rama.
Thank you, Rahul, and thank you, IMA, for putting this together. So, like I said, I'm Ram Prakash, and I've been driving the AI and blockchain research for Zoho. Research as in not very ivory tower-ish research. I mean, we started doing AI somewhere in 2011. Back then, when it was not called AI, it was called by different names, probabilistic programming, intelligent big data, and things like that. We started off with sentiment analysis back then, and slowly we have a strong AI forte in our product these days. So I can probably share my experience on the right things we did, the wrong things we did in shipping AI to customers, get their feedback, and of course monetizing AI and blockchain. So that is my input that I can give it to you for today.
Thanks, Ram Prakash. Anand, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Rahul. I represent SaraNet Corp Limited. I'm actually heading operations. SaraNet is actually a technology arm of Sara India Group, and we manage across technologies, whether it's development, infrastructure management, BPO, everything, across 6,000 locations of Sahara. Now, our learning has been immense, and I've been part of the team for the last 20 years, one of the founder members here. And I've been early associated with SR Swisscom, which is now Vodafone. It was initially, I was actually part of Haryana, the sales and marketing team, heading sales and marketing there. So I have the feel of Haryana. I was based out of Rohtak, right? And I was also, I've been also doing some kind of research on PhD research on digital communication. And my journey through, my professional journey up through has been on communication side. Way back in 1996, when email was being sold as boxes, TCPI account for 15,000 rupees for 500 hours. I have that kind of experience also in Delhi, right, in Delhi NCR. So having said that, it's a lot of learning over the years, 20, 25 years, and we carry that learning and would like to share that as an ecosystem, what is required, what consumer wants, what are the challenges that they face, and some data points which possibly will benefit the viewers and the participants here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anand. It's great to have your level of experience and understanding. And telecom is the backbone of a lot of services a lot of companies do. In the end, we all need to access the internet, and that's all telecom. So great to have you on the panel. I'm sure you'll share some invaluable insights to all the entrepreneurs. Ramki, you want to go next? You're on mute.
Yeah, first I would like to share my experience with the company. We have built applications pertaining to supply chain management and educational certificates. So what are the things I'll share my experience pertaining to growth hacking. So how to attract the right target audience. So what we did is that since we had developed a product pertaining to educational universities, we had given our application platform, the decentralized app which we have developed. The app name is Asli Stamp, so that one can upload their certificates and a blockchain based is generated. This we have offered free service initially to test my app. So this we have and we had quite a number of customers on that, and we have tested our network. So point I want to project is that initially once you bootstrap your company, you need to go to the market with a different kind of strategies. Like to give some examples, some successful growth hacks. I think you all must be aware of Dropbox. In the year 2013-14, they have come up with a referral account. You refer, you get certain X amount of storage space. Even subscriber gets and the referrer gets. Like that, they attracted many subscribers, and the company is valued at 10 billion. So that is one unique growth hack which part of they get. Even if you take Instagram also, for example, because social media platforms, it is crowded once Instagram came. They come up with that box photograph, which I don't know, nobody have liked that. But then also it is what you called platform hack, what they have performed. If you post on that, it can be showed visible to other social media platforms. So this hack techniques, one should be innovative in hack techniques. That innovativeness comes in your own product portfolio. Why I'm taking these examples? These I've taken examples of international. Even I'll take an example of small Indian startups. There is one spiritual tourism company. They are specialized into spiritual. And whatever you offer, you should be specialized in some or the other thing. That should be your core USP. That everyone will agree with me. So this spiritual tourism startup, what they did to have their targeted audience, they have done a campaign. They identify few mailer lists and they started sending prasad of a specific temple, like Tirupati temple. They started sending. and they have made some 500 niche market. And these are the people, later on they offered the product of spiritual packages and all. It has clicked very good. Like that, there are so many examples. Even in pharma sector, back way early, there's one product launched, Dex Orange. So before launching that product, Dex Orange, they sent oranges to doctors in order for have a strong brand values. So here, what point I'm driving is that whatever the product the startup are in, you have to identify some niche and a strategy, growth hacking strategy, which would fit into that particular product. So like this, we have been successful with our product. And same thing, even Google Pay, Paytm, they also adopted this thing, but with a huge acquisition cost. I'm not talking about with a huge acquisition cost, means giving freebies, 100 rupees per sign up and all. That and all, if we get good funding, that automatically could do. Even that is possible without huge funding. That is the point which I want to drive here for the startups. So this is the one which I thought of sharing my real-time experience with you guys.
I think that's a great point about that. The growth hacks needn't always be about giving freebies, which cost a lot of money, but there are smarter ways to think about your niche and how that relates to your product and offer some value from that. Lovely. Thank you so much. Subrat, would you like to go next?
Yeah, hi. I run a company called Viduli, which is an online video analytics company based out of Noida. So we as a company, what we do is we track and analyze videos which are consumed all across platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and also some of the OTTs. The idea when we started was basically to become an online video authority, because we knew that we figured out that video is growing, and of course in next 3-4 years down the line, a lot of platforms, a lot of content will be there. So there has to be a third-party analytics and insights company that can cater to the advertisers, media companies, so that they can create better content, and advertisers also can reach out to the right audience. So with this thought, we started this company, and it's been around 5 years of the journey, and and also I mean I will share some of the insights and learning that I learned since my 5 years of entrepreneur journey. And interesting, the topic is growth hacking for the startup. And the growth hacking as a topic is very close to my heart, because I started my career as a product manager back in 2012 with Jabang. And then I also worked in India Mart around 6-7 months. I love to share some of those insights that I learned in my previous organization, also my current startup. See, I mean, the growth hack is nothing. Basically, it's an experiment, right? The term has become a jargon word among the startups and investors. And also, interestingly, that topic, the keyword has become trend on LinkedIn especially, right? If you visit profile of any marketer or any product manager, most of them, and 90% of them has put growth hacker, in the LinkedIn title, right? According to me, it's nothing. It's just an experiment. That experiment which worked for me, not necessarily, will work for you. Excuse me. ये दो जल्दी दो. Excuse me.
You're muted, Rahul.
I'm saying while we wait for Subrat, Ram, why don't you go
I'm really sorry. My battery was going down. I'm sorry for the interruption. Yeah. I was talking about growth hack. So I mean, according to me, growth hack is like an experiment, right? You do an experiment. That experiment works for a particular set of audience, right? And for a particular set of market and product. Like Ramki mentioned about Instagram or WhatsApp, the growth of WhatsApp. You talk about growth of WhatsApp, how they scale like billion of users, right? So it depends from startup to startup, product to product, from set of sample audience to different set of sample audience. Like, for us, as Videoly is a B2B company, the growth hack for us is like how we can attract more number of content creators and video influencers to our platform so that we can track their data, and how we do that through the content. And a lot of these B2B companies like you, Lim, or most of the startups in the SaaS space, largely they acquire the customer through the content marketing and through different other marketing channels. For them, this is their growth hack. I mean, how I can do the growth hack, or how I can do a tweak in my product that can actually give me some 3x or 4x of the growth. And that tweak is an experiment, right? And continuously you have to do that experiment. Continuously you have to hack that part, right? And also you have to continuously do that measurement, because you do an experiment and you just forget, you don't know what's happening there, right? You have to do it continuously. You have to measure it, and then you have to scale it to some X number of users. And that's part of the life of every product manager or entrepreneur. I'm sure there will be a lot of startups doing experiment and measuring those experiment, and then implementing and taking it to the scale. And that's called the hack, according to me. I'm happy to answer some of the questions if you have in the sessions. And thank you so much, also IMI, bringing me, and pleasure to be here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So that was a good insight on how everything is very particular to the product and the startup that you are doing and the market you are in, right? But let's hear some stories. Ramprakash I'm sure you'll have some stories on actually taking a product to market and scaling it. And AI, given that it's the new exciting hot thing these days, would love to understand your experience of both building the products as well as taking them to market, and what has been the learning there.
Thank you, Rahul. That's a great question. So I think I have some 3-4 points to cover. So basically, when I started off in 2011, we had very little data back then, and probably we started off with sentiment analysis, and the data outside was available only from IMDb movie review datasets, Amazon's customer review dataset, and we were trying to apply it to a service desk product, right? So basically borrow data from B2C and then slap it on B2B. Your B2C commercial reviews are like very colloquial. They use a lot of cuss words. The tone itself is very different. Whereas in your B2B, it's like, dear so-and-so, your product sucks. Thanks and regards, so-and-so. And then one big paragraph that says, do not print this environment. Do not print this email unless you need it, and all the disclaimers and things like that. So initially that was a very big learning curve. And especially when you're a startup and when you have limited resources. For example, when we started off, we wanted to see would things like AI and ML really help a business like Zoho. That was the main point in exploration. And I was a one-member team for the first 6 months, and the next 6 months I hired the second person. We didn't get carried away by the changes that happened in the market, especially AI in 2013, 2014, 2015. Every night you wake up when a lot of things happen in the night in the US time zone. Every morning you wake up, there's a totally new thing. There's always this fear of missing out. And back then we had neural networks coming in via Torch framework in the language Lua. Right now, we are primarily a JVM based company. Our products have been in the market for 8 years. We are trying to add AI into those products. Right. So now a one-member team or a two-member team trying to learn Lua, trying to productionize it. It just didn't happen, because we would be spending our time on operations than on doing actual AI. So what we did was we stuck to JVM, even though we had things like Apache Mahout. Things always change. Look at the problem you are trying to solve, see how it will help your customer. So this was one. So now after some 3-4 months of research, we cracked all the math behind the AI ML algorithms, and then we decided, okay, we'll go apply this into our product. Like most B2B companies do not have the data advantage, unlike B2C. Now, people generally write there are terabytes of data out there. No, terabytes of data for a company that tracks every movement of your cursor, that tracks every click. Yes, they do have terabytes of data. But you are a B2B company, let's say you're selling a CRM, and you just have like 50 entries from a small and medium enterprise. right? This is not terabytes of data. You probably have hundreds of rows of data. That is all you have. So you need to tune your things to, work right in a very low data setup. So that was one learning. And then the biggest learning was how the definition of product management has changed given how data is evolving. So product managers generally care about code reusability, extendability, modularity, and things like that. But today, the main function of a product manager is to make sure what all data points his products generate, and are these data points analytics ready, right? So this went back and forth. We get some data points, and then they'll be in different formats. Date formats will be different. Somebody would log, let's say, a housing project. Somebody would log it in square meters. Somebody would log it in square feet. And then that keeps changing. So we had to make sure we had to treat data like code. We had to treat data like we had a repository. We had versioning on them. We took branches of data and then we manipulated it and did milestones on it. We treated data like code, and that really helped. Now, our confusion, we chose something that is compatible with our JVM. Sorry, something compatible with our JVM. We chose. We found out product managers. We started logging all thing, and the module was ready. So we launched it one fine day, somewhere in 2014. We launched it. It was a 3-year stint. We were a 6-7 member team then. We launched it. We were continuously refreshing our mailbox for feedback, and absolutely nobody wrote to us. We were so excited. We did some tweets. We had a webinar on it. People came and attended, but there was absolutely no feedback, not positive, not negative. And finally, 15 days later, one guy writes an email saying, "Hey, how do I turn this off?" Right? So after all the efforts you did, somebody asked us, "How do I turn this off?" That is our first AI support ticket, right? And the team was very disappointed. Interestingly, the learning was the product had been in the market for 8 years, and people using the product were experts. It was a network monitoring suite, and the people using the products actually configured the network by hand, and they just used this tool as a digitization process where they have a digital record, and they had built a lot of processes around this. So this is where we started adding explanations and make sure that AI is trustable. And after adding explanations, we found that AI models were they got a lot of traction. So the goal is, it's not about the tech. It's about what problem of your end user the system is going to solve. The AI system or the blockchain system you build is going to solve. So don't get carried away by the tech. Look at the problem you solve. I'll also tell you a good news. There was another subtle module we had launched. In fact, we didn't even consider it as a launch. This was a product where you can go design forms, and all of a sudden we used AI to recommend icons for the forms you designed. Right? There was one very happy customer who came to us and said, I created a form called California Leads, and you recommended the Golden Gate Bridge icon. I was really amazed by what you did. And no, you see the impact of AI. The first one was predicting a potential outage. That is a life or death problem. The second one is recommending an icon for a form you created. This is like 10x of this one. But the icon problem gathered more eyeballs, and people were really happy. They appreciated it. So, use these pieces of tech to solve problems that your users actually face, and don't put the tech first. Put your users' problem first would be my, engineering and product feedback for all of you.
I think that's a phenomenal stories. Yeah. The first feedback was, how do I turn this off? Phenomenal. And the other piece was that whole thing that we get very excited as product people, as techies. A lot of us get very excited by the tech and what we built and how great it is and what a tough problem we solved. But maybe solving that icon problem was not very tough, but that's what the customer wanted. Ultimately, what matters is what the customer wants, and ensuring that we use tech to do that. And for startups, that's even more important. Reason is, you're very limited on resources. See, you need to choose like that 10 group. There's so many growth hacks. Ramki has talked about a few. Subra talked about some. And if you read on the internet, you'll get hundreds of them, right? The issue is not that. The issue is about choice, about making a choice and then following through properly on it. And when making the choice, keep the customer in front is what Ram Prakash said. And I can't emphasize it more. I mean, it's the most critical aspect of any decision you make as a startup.
And absolutely, yeah. And the most critical part is to manage those priority, because when you have so much of feedback, right? That customer is saying, I want to change that color, I want that. So much, chaos, right? So that's more critical to manage those priority. I can understand, Ram Prakash must have gone through it. Yeah.
So I think that's a great point also, that prioritization. So what you choose to do and how you prioritize it. That becomes very critical, especially on the product journey.
Yeah.
So achieving product market fit is not a one shot. You probably need to experiment with it, understand the user's real need better.
Absolutely. And Rahul, the best example is your Facebook. Now you look at Facebook, 2008 or 9, and now we look at Facebook. So every month they keep, changing the color, they keep changing the icons, because the users have also evolved, right? So when I was like, 22, 23, when I joined Facebook first, my behavior, my experience was different than what I am right now, right? You have to keep doing it. You have to keep doing that experiment and measure those and impact and then scale it. Yeah.
Measuring impact is what you do, your business does, right? I mean, that is one of your key pieces. And why don't you talk a little bit about, to my mind, especially this entire COVID situation has made us all watch a lot more video. I mean, this entire conference is happening on video, right? I mean, what everybody's consuming is video. So the consumption of video has just phenomenally skyrocketed. Thanks to Jio, many of us have been able to also consume content everywhere. So I would love to get both Subrat's view on the video piece and then Anandji on, the whole telecom piece, which goes behind this entire thing. And, a little more flavor on Bharat and what the situation is.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Rahul. I'll just give you some kind of data points that will help you relate to where we stand. 3-4 years back, our average data consumption was close to about 1 GB. Today is 10 times that, thanks to Jio, obviously, right? And also the prices. The price of one GB of data in 2014 and 15 was close to about 250-300 rupees. Today it stands at less than 10 rupees, right? To understand the telecom landscape, and since this forum is for Haryana, and incidentally I have served in Haryana, I can say Haryana is best place for the startups. For reason being, it is in the vicinity of NCR, right? Resources are not a problem there. Plus, the cost of the space is one of the lowest, barring Gurgaon. I'm not talking about Gurgaon. You talk about Rohtak, you talk about Sonipat, right? Sonipat has come up very well. It's a few kilometers from Delhi. So it depends how because as a startup, when you start, one of the problem is the right resource. For a startup to find a resource in Bhopal and Lucknow will be far more difficult than to find a resource in Delhi NCR, including Gurgaon Sonipat or Rohtak for that matter. Now, the second thing which we generally talk about is building a product. So when we build a digital product, and assuming that it is a B2C or G2C, whatever it is, right? Your audience are going to be connected digitally, right? And 98% of the communication is happening on wireless. Just to give you an insight, there are about 2 million towers servicing our telecom infrastructure. When I say 2 million, I'm talking all operators put together, BTSs, out of which only 60% of the BTSs are high-speed enabled. That means close to about 12 lakh. I'm talking including all the rollout that has happened for Jio, that's on VoLTE network, on 4G network, and the rest of the entire ecosystem put together is on 4G network. That means a sizable amount of geography is still to be covered for a high-speed network. If you look at the, 2 days back, I think Mr. Ambani, he was talking about 5G next year, and very rightly by Mittal Saab, he said no, it's at least 2-3 years away. Now you will actually, if you see the today's data consumption profile, minus Jio, because Jio has no 3G and 2G network, it's on 4G. Vodafone and Idea have close to 60% of their subscribers on 2G today, right? Airtel has 2G. Now, today, if I design a product, which we also do internally for our internal use and external use, we come up with something like 30, 40 MB of application size. How can we expect a 40 MB or 30 MB application being downloaded by a rural customer who's on a thin network, right? Incidentally, if you see that, how we are placed in terms of quality of service, we rank 131st in data service. Our speed is close to about 11 Mbps that we get on 4G network. That is 131st on 140 or 100. In fact, Bangladesh and Pakistan, I think they are better than us, right, in terms of quality of speed, right? And the top ones like Korea and those, they are something around 80 Mbps they get on average. Now, if we are talking about 5G network, our ecosystem is not ready for that 5G network, and it's still far, far away. We have operators like BSNL who are yet to migrate on a 4G, and BSNL has close to about 10% of market share and probably a very strong market presence in the rural community, right? They have not migrated to 5G, for 4G, forget about going to 5G, right? And coming back to the handset, I'm just talking about the ecosystem, talking about the handset. Today, in terms of population, the smartphone penetration is close to about 30-35% only, 36% to be precise. And if you compare to the telcos, within the telco community, that is the users they are using, that's close to about 45-50%, right? Our average internet penetration is close to about 50-55% for urban areas and about 45% for rural areas. Now, if you're talking about
Anand, what I wanted to ask you is, so what does this mean for startups? So what is the advice you'd want to give to startups from a growth hack perspective?
Yeah, so why I was sharing the data points is because generally when we are designing a product, or it could be for B2C or B2B, we should keep in mind the size of the product. You might have a great product, but if it's not rightly sized, so it's not going to be rightly used. Second is what we have found through our own experience. Language plays a very important role. If you're looking at tier 1 places, English is fine, not a problem. The moment you talk about going back to tier 2 or tier 3 cities, right, an acceptability of usage depends largely on how the user is going to understand that. In fact, Subrat was talking about data and video. 70% of total data consumption is on video today. Whatever all the telcos they are putting together, 70% of the consumption is happening on the video side, right? A person who's not even literate uses voice commands to search for certain preferred movie clips or movies and watches video. Obviously, thanks to the Ambani sir, whose data, we have 7 or 8 rupees a GB of data, right? So what actually means is when we plan our product, we're looking at a product, the focus is generally on the the capability of the product, the features, this and that. We should also consider the size of the product. When we have the product ultimately right to move on, it should be rightly sized. You'll be surprised, the average size of an iOS application is close to about 40 MB, right? An average size of Android application is close to about 13 or 14 MB, right? So an average Indian downloads 80 applications on his mobile phone and he uses close to about 30% of them. Right, so it depends. If you want your application to use, you have to be different. It has to be understood, accepted, downloadable. Right, these are all things that actually matter.
I'll just add to that. Actually, one of the startups I worked with, they did lots of new features and released the app. So the earlier app size was about 11 or 12 MB. And the new app size was something like 20 MB. Actually, they used lots of photos in it, right? To make it look pretty. The splash screen, all of that. And suddenly the app size went to 20 MB. And they found that lots of people uninstalled. So, because as he said, as Anand was saying, 80 apps on your phone, your phone memory size is limited. Not everybody has expensive phones. So keep that in mind. India is a large and diverse country, right? And if you want to look at different market segments, like we talk about Bharat, then you need to consider what Anand shared with you in terms of speeds of the network, the size of the quality of the phones. All of those pieces are very important. So from your size of your phone, the app, to how much data transfer you need to make the app really work. That itself is a secondary, do you need all the time connection? Does it fail if the connectivity is patchy? Because, I mean, how many of us have had dropped calls over the last year? All of us, right? So, that's the reality of India. So keep that in mind when you're planning your product. Coming back to Subrat, you want to just quickly touch upon video, and Anand has already shared the fact that 70% of India's internet consumption, bandwidth consumption is all video. Any other thoughts you want to add to that?
Yeah, so if you go back to 2015 in India particularly, so you had only 12 OTT apps. So now in 2020 we have 55 apps. Right, so ranging from all your mainstream like Netflix to Amazon Prime to all of these apps, and so now this itself talks the growth of Bharat story, right? And thanks to Jio, of course, you mentioned thanks to Jio, because of Jio now we are also able to consume content at a very cheaper cost. Back in 2011-12, you know how much data was costly, right? So one thing what we noticed in couple of years post Jio era and pre-Jio era. So what we have seen is the surge of traffic, internet traffic, and that itself the video traffic. So of course, right now Cisco also predicted that the 2022 by 2022 the internet entire traffic would be like 70%, which is actually happening now. And I'm sure, like we have seen that surge of traffic post Jio era in video consumption, not only in urban, also in rural parts of India. In post COVID era, we will also see that kind of surge. We have already seen during the lockdown period. Like we were doing a report with one of our trusted agency partner. In that report, we found that there is a surge of 2.5x of a mobile application download. That I'm particularly talking about the short video mobile apps, which were like your ShareChat, TikTok of the world. And also, after the TikTok ban happened, again we saw that 3.5x growth of that entire mobile installed traffic across the vernacular users, right?
So, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but now I've been pinged by the host. I think our session is about to. We have only about 4-5 minutes left. So I'll quickly just give my closing remarks, and if anybody would like to add any closing remarks, feel free to do that, and then we can try to address questions. Open up the, if there is any questions to be asked and answered. So coming back, I think the key points which we've made today and which startups need to keep in mind is, one, tech for the sake of tech doesn't make sense. Tech is ultimately for the purpose of solving a problem. So put the problem and the customer who has that problem first and look at tech. Whether it's AI, whether it's blockchain, doesn't matter what tech you use. It has to match what the customer needs. And as Anand and brought out, that the market in India is very diverse, and when you start thinking about their problems and how to solve their problems, you have to adapt to their environment. The environment is not the same. Our cities, which is where most of, if you look at historically what markets we've addressed through the internet, was largely the cities. But the market has become much larger, right? I mean, internet penetration today is gone across the country. And with COVID and all the situation, everybody is using much more, like e-commerce is growing. The industries which have completely changed, like take education or health, these have all become so digital. So in terms of opportunity, whenever change happens, there's lots of opportunity. So as startup entrepreneurs, I would suggest that this is a great time to start a new business. There's lots of opportunity, but focus on the customer. And that's the key piece. The quality of the solution, I mean, how high tech is it? Is it using the latest technology stack? Doesn't matter. I mean, Ram Prakash spoke about that they were using JVM, while even most AI, all the open source, all of that was not on Java. But He stuck to Java because that's what would work for their organization. So don't just choose the best tool. It has to be the best tool for you, right? And same, the customer always chooses the same way, right? He chooses what is best for him, not what is the best or latest, hottest, greatest product, right? So keep those things in mind, and that makes a. And in terms of growth hacks, I think Ramki and Subrat have both shared some examples from customer acquisition to how do you grow. But if you understand the customer, then you'll be able to create these different kinds of offerings, or in your product create these tweaks or experiments, as Subrat put it very well. So try those experiments out. Focus on those niche that you can identify for your product of customers, and then go after that. So those are my thoughts, but everyone, if anybody wants to add something, please feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, something I would like to add on competition. If you think that this is a niche market, there are very limited competitors. Tomorrow there might be competition. If there is a competition, and only the market would be explode. So nothing to worry about competition. This is advice for the startups. Only thing, you focus on your key USP. What is your USP? What is your key differentiator? You be focused on that. You should offer a key differentiator to the customer. Then nothing to be worried on the competition. So this point I would like to add. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Ramki. Do we have any questions we need to? I'm not sure, where do I see the questions?
Sir, actually, we've sort of run out of time. So
Okay. All right.
we could just wrap up the session.
Okay. No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you, Subrat, Anand, Ramki, Ramprakash, and of course, IMAI for giving us this opportunity. And I hope this was helpful to all the entrepreneurs here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, IIT.
Bye.
Bye.
Para Business by Vivek Bindra. And now to welcome our panelists, we have with us Ms. Vasudha Srivastava, founder and MD, Express Earth; Mr. Kumar Mayank, CEO, Zemio Consulting Private Limited; Mr. Prateek Sharma, CEO and Director, Nanoclean Global Private Limited; and Mr. Snehanshu Gandhi, co-founder, Sorted AI, Kaga Scanner. I would request all the delegates to keep posting their questions in the chat box, and the panel will address the selected few at the end of the session. Over to you, sir.
Hi, very, very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharma, and very, very happy to be part of this event. Thank you so much, Thrive. Thank you so much, the entire team. Even in these times of COVID, I remember the last Thrive session that was held at Gurgaon. So many people that I met there, such amazing networking that happened. And here we are, all logged in from our respective places, and a lot of course, online meetings. Where I would like this session, to be is first, of course, let's break ice. Let's get to know each other really well. So what I would ideally request each and every of my co-panelists is to introduce themselves really quickly, so that whoever in the audience has to ask any questions, the questions can be very relevant. So Vasudha, if we could just begin with you, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Vasudha. I'm founder of Express Earth Digital Service Private Limited. And recently I've started up another product, and it's a new company again. It's an mFly Services Private Limited. I take care of the technology and the innovation for organization. And Express Earth talk about the travel experience, talk about the B2B and the B2C sector, where travel is less, explode. We're not doing anything which is disruptive in market, but we are doing something which is collision. So it's something which is already there in the market, but we are doing it differently to make an impact both in the B2C sector as well as in B2B. And that's what is Express Earth is all about. And mFly is more about softwares that we have created, an enterprise SaaS model. And it is there right in between the custom software that we create for the enterprises and the SaaS model that we do for access, attendance, and all those enterprise solution that includes, something which is not relevant for them to do, but we are doing it So we have customized that for them so that they concentrate on the work that they are assigned for.
Very interesting. Thank you so much, Prateek. If you could have your introduction, please. Prateek, on mute.
On mute.
Sorry. Am I
That's
audible now?
fine.
Yeah. Hi, this is Prateek Sharma. I'm co-founder and CEO of NanoClean Global, and you might have heard about our product Naso Filters. I'm using the device on my nose also at the same time. This protects us from this harmful air pollution to go inside our body. This is a nanofiber based product which we have devised inside the labs of IIT Delhi. I'm myself undergraduate from the same institute, IIT Delhi. And then during the COVID pandemic time, we have evolved ourselves, I would say, in a very different way, and brought out these very handy N95 grade face masks. We have also established our manufacturing unit in Greater Noida very recently with the support of Government of India, where they have funded us to have this setup in our country, and enabling the thought of Atmanirbhar Bharat of our Prime Minister. And very recently, we are coming up with, again, a very disruptive product, which would not actually be a sanitizer or a disinfectant, but would be a permanent disinfectant for your offices, for your desk. So if you spray those liquid onto your desk or onto your fabrics or even onto your mask, it will stay longer. Like it will stay for more than 90 days. And this is a certified product as per international standards, certified by a reputed institute like IIT Delhi. And again, our researchers team, which is professors and researchers of IIT Delhi, we have devised this fabulous technology. And next month on 4th of January, we'll be launching it with the support of DST. So that's us, that's NanoClean. Previously, we were helping our people to fight against air pollution, though we are still continuing doing that. And during this pandemic time, we have evolved ourselves, and we are now supplying to all the major hospitals of our nation. And up till now, we have sold more than 1 million pieces, supplied 1 million pieces to our hospitals. So that's
so. This is lesson number one. Sorry, great. Thank you so much, Prateek. So, by the way, this is lesson number one for all the attendees watching this session right now. So, while Prateek, of course, is breathing better air than all of us put together here in the room, one important thing is, जहाँ धंधा है, वहाँ आपको shift करना पड़ेगा. So ये बात बहुत clear है that while he says that we evolved into creating masks and other things, ultimately that's what makes you money in the COVID times. On that note, Snehanshu, please go ahead. We would love to get introduced to you.
Hi everyone. Hi Paitush. I am Snehanshu Gandhi. I'm co-founder of Kagas Document Scanner. We started off with the idea of building AI-powered utility tools, utility apps for the Bharat users. We've got two products right now. One is Kagas Scanner and the other one is called Sorted AI. And the idea is to help people manage their information and their day-to-day tasks, leveraging AI, making it very easy for them to be digital, stay organized. Kagas Scanner, we launched in June of 2020. And since then, we've got over 2 million downloads now, and we've been getting a lot of love from the users. We are improving the product, building it, building the AI into it more and more, and we'll be coming up with more products as we go on and build it. We are a small team. This is our second startup together. So yeah, that's a quick intro.
Very interesting. Mayank sir, please go ahead. So as something to share, of course, I've known Mayank for a while, but I'm speaking after almost about 2 years, and that too online. So Mayank, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi everyone. This is Mayank. I'm founder of Zimyo. Zimyo is a HR tech fintech SaaS. What we do is we offer HR SaaS to SMBs, and to their employees we offer fintech solutions like payday loans, insurance. The idea is that we want everyone to have access to financial solutions. Currently, we have around 300 customers and around 56,000 employees using the platform. We have around, the team has now grown to around 100 people in the short span of 2 years that we have been live. We were bootstrapped for most of the journey. were profitable, raised our seed just 5 months ago. Yeah, thanks, Paritosh.
Great, that's very interesting. So thank you so much, Mayank, for the introduction. And of course, I have seen Mayank's journey myself. I've seen him grow, across several levels, from just being a small bootstrap startup his head to, of course, somebody who's raised money. Fantastic. I'll very quickly introduce myself. My name is Paritosh Sharma, and I am vice president at a company called Bada Business. हमारा एक ही उद्देश्य है, एक ही कर्म है और एक ही धर्म है. बहुत सिंपल सा, that we want to educate every Bharat entrepreneur and student on entrepreneurship. The company is by Dr. Vivek Pindra, who runs the world's largest YouTube channel on entrepreneurship and business with 14.5 million subscribers. On social media, he's a celebrity, an incredible guy to work with. And, we are an edtech company, completely self-sustained, with about 400 plus employees in Delhi, and a partners team of 10,000 people all across India. So Ladakh se lekar Kanyakumari, everywhere else, you would actually find बड़ा बिजनेस एजुकेशन there. So आज पूरे भारत देश में लोग entrepreneurship और business की education ले रहे हैं हिंदी भाषा में via our app, which is Bada Business, available on Android and iOS both. On that note, let's just take this session ahead. So, and I hope while I'm using Hindi in between, I hope it works for everyone, because I just hope that English and Hindi, a mix of the language, would actually make this session a lot more interactive. So since we are talking startup to scale up, I would throw my first question to Snehanshu. Snehanshu, look, your journey has been very interesting from the perspective that this is your second startup, and the same team fundamentally, starting up again, thinking about a different problem to solve. How has been the journey for you? So if you could just tell us the top 3 learnings that made you realize that pehla wala sahi nahi chal raha tha, but with the same team, I could solve a better problem. So what made you realize this? Any top 3 learnings from your experience?
Sure. So Paritosh, the first startup that we did together, we started in 2015. I had just moved back from working in Indonesia for a few years. My co-founder Gaurav was a banker, and he had just turned entrepreneur, and we started a company called TapMe, which was a home services business. We focused on tier 2 cities, providing maintenance services primarily, and the idea was to provide great quality service to the users, and a job opportunity for all these technicians like electricians, plumbers, etc. So the idea started off from there. We did a lot of things. We scaled to about serving in 4 cities, had a team of over 200 people at one point. But that was one of the things that we learned from that experience. And probably more relevant to this conversation is we felt we scaled too fast. And it was, we thought that, okay, we are late in the market. So by the time we had started the company, there were probably 50 other companies trying to do the same thing in different cities and different markets. And we felt that, we are late, we need to run faster, and we need to expand faster. And we did that. We were able to raise money, so the capital was there, and we kept on expanding while we were still not completely sure on, or completely fixed on, the business model that we would take, or where do we hire the technicians from, what would be our go-to-market, etc. So we scaled too fast. That was one learning, that till your product market fit and your business model, etc., is not set up, scaling too fast could create challenges. Another challenge, or another thing that we learned and decided to do it better this time, was more focused on the TapMe business was a technology-enabled business. It was an operations-heavy business which had technology as an element to it. And we felt that scale is going to be a challenge in that kind of a business setup, where you have to hire these people, and it's a linear, not really exponential growth, which pure tech can bring us. So that was our second learning, and that which we are bringing into Sorted AI and Kagaz, is that we are playing a very pure tech kind of a role, or a business here, where scale is much easier compared to an operations heavy business that we had in TapMe. So I think those two were the biggest learnings. I know you asked for 3, but right now I can think of 2. So yeah.
Sure. That's absolutely fine. Very, very interesting. In fact, I was myself intrigued because a lot of entrepreneurs fundamentally, say कि अगर पहली team के साथ शुरुआत की, we've started with the first team, hasn't really worked out. Let me just kind of move on. But it's interesting the trend that you created. Vasudha, for you, so you got two different brands or two different products. Ideally, actually, two different brands, really, right? I'm actually very, very intrigued about when you said travel of a different kind, right? So Express Earth, what exactly is it that you do? One, that's question number one. The other question, Vasudha, is that in your journey of I wouldn't ideally call it scale up, but in your journey from startup to exploring more, when you decide that this is the right ये second brand launch करना चाहिए, this is my time to sort of explore more.
Yeah. So first of all, I'll answer your first question. Express It. When I was working with one of the corporate, I was in a technical department and I was more into product development and enhancing the existing product. So उस time पे travel was something जो मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा excite करता था. And I keep on going like make my trip, make my big brands पे जाकर, और then I find out कि क्या मेरे लिए as a consumer. What if I like to go for a cycle ride in Duke? What if I want to have a hiking experience in Dharamshala? So all these small thing जो कि मुझे एक जगह पे नहीं मिल रहा था. So I was very much puzzled, and being a travel lover, I thought, why not I create that thing for myself and for the others, like travelers like me. That's how this idea came into picture. I talked to my school friend, and he joined me in the journey, and we started up as a Express Earth. Let's explore it. And the way as the time passes on, we identified that business is something which is more like people to people. It's not like you thought of something and creating it, and then you're like a rocket scientist. कुछ ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. You can't be a millionaire in a day. Then I keep exploring, and one thing I have learned, then you should not be reluctant to change your business model. If you are not getting benefit, you're not being desires are something that keep on changing, like ye bhi chahiye, something like that. So when I realized that B2B is a sector which is more which require more managed services in travel, then I thought of switching my brand, Express Earth, from not only only to the B2C sector, but exploring more to the B2B. So simplifying their travel needs, simplifying all their we have created a marketplace instead of just giving the inventory from our contacts. We make it as a marketplace, and that's how this mFly idea came into picture. Since I'm coming from a technology background, तो वो कीड़ा मेरे अंदर था कि क्या करूँ ऐसा क्या करूँ. So I started up working on expense management system. So and then how this the second venture came into existence, where I explored more on what all other enterprise solutions are there. So COVID came. Then access management एक नए तरीके से देखना. We've started at a facial recognition, AI based things started earlier. There was only a thumb impression biometric system. So I explored that that section also, and I have realized that pivoting my business model, I've been more as this is also something which is very near to my heart, and I have founded the right person to do that job. I have hired the best team which can fulfill this dream, and that's how this mFly came into picture. जहाँ पे हमने इसलिए एक कंपनी को दो सेपरेट एंटिटी बना दिया, दो अलग अलग स्टार्टअप कर दिया, where we are focusing. If you're only focusing on the travel, then it is Express Earth. But when we are talking about enterprise solution, where we have identity management, access management, travel management as a marketplace, then expense management systems, so all these came into picture, and we have separated it as an mFly, which tells you employee fly. So that's it's all done.
Interesting. This is a great learning for everyone who's actually watching this session. I'm so sorry. As an entrepreneur, at any given point of time, अगर आपको लग रहा है that कई बार हम लोग क्या करते हैं as entrepreneurs, and I'm a failed entrepreneur myself. खैर failed कुछ होता नहीं है, but I'm an entrepreneur who's fundamentally learned a lot more. So होता क्या है that हम लोग कभी अपने ideas के साथ बहुत ज़्यादा चिपक के, बहुत ज़्यादा टाइट की हम बैठ के हम रह जाते हैं और हम कहते हैं कि नहीं यार ये ठीक है, ये ठीक है, ये ठीक है. Persistence pays, but persistence pays when you actually have your disha, which is your directions, very very right. So अगर आपकी directions ठीक होंगी, you would always run. And when a question actually goes to Prateek. Prateek, I have a very specific question for you from the word pace. आपने COVID के time में ही, you suddenly were able to flip. When I'm saying flip, you suddenly were able to, flip into a different product line very quickly, right? Of course, you got support from DS. And the government and so on and so forth. But एक manufacturing unit setup करना इतनी जल्दी और नया product निकालना उसको market में of course काफी ये competitive market है. Of course हर इंसान आज KN95 masks बना रहे हैं and so on and so forth. But how were you? ऐसा आपने क्या किया? How were you able to do it so quickly? This speed startup to scale up, of course, is a great advantage for most startups. So आपने ये speed develop कैसे की? How did you quickly change your company structures? How did you manage to put up this entire manufacturing facility? Just take us through the fact that what changes happened in your company? How did your culture change? How were employees working let's say 5 hours a day or 8 hours a day earlier, and now they're working 18 hours a day earlier? Just take us through the journey, please.
I'll give you very, very well asked, Paritosh. I'll give you the timelines that what all we did to accomplish this manufacturing setup. So firstly, we didn't emerge during the pandemic. We launched our product Nasomask, which is hello, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so we launched our product in Diwali 2019. So that's when we started the business of manufacturing masks. So it was not like we emerged during the COVID, but we launched it last year. But yes, that time the market was not very much. People were not very accepting about something like a mask that covers your face, that covers your mouth, that causes you suffocations, that causes fogging on your specs. So all these challenges were there. But when during the month of January onwards, when the pandemic hit the country of China, we got immense demand from the country, and we sold over 2 lakh pieces to China itself in the month of January before the export ban. So we were able to supply this much through Paytm, through other companies also. We did huge business that time. And again, when the COVID hit and the lockdown happened, since our network of hospitals, since our network of government was so much, and because we were already in a business before the COVID, so people were knowing us, we had our supply chain already established. And then later on, once we had very good financials ready for us, a very good business proposition ready for us, which enabled us in doing 10x of our monthly revenue. So we hit our maximum monthly revenue of 5 crores in a month. When all these things were simultaneously happening, then we realized why not to scale up our production. And the situation was so damn difficult during those times when the Janta curfew happened. And we decided one very good thing, I would say, that was just a gut feeling that we decided that yes, there would be something of this sort maybe happening in our country too, because we had a reference of China, and we used to see what all are happening in China. So maybe 3 months or 6 months down the line, that would be the situation of India. So we were closely monitoring each and everything which is happening in China in the face mask business. So we got our entire team stay at our office for 2 months at our warehouse, and there were more than 20 people, those who stayed in our 3,000 square feet warehouse, and we gave them all the extra incentives. for them, for their family, and arranged all the facilities so that we don't stop our supply. So it is very similar to a war-like situation which our team gone through that time, because for us it was also very difficult. Our doctors, our hospitals were relying on us. They were relying on our supplies. So it was totally on to us that yes, we should be on our toes during this entire time. And I'm glad to announce that during those 3 months of COVID, the initial not the COVID but the lockdown, we supplied more than 1 million pieces to our hospitals itself, not to the not to just the B2C consumers, but to the hospitals. We prioritized our sales because they are at prime risk. Our doctors, our medical workers are at prime risk. So all these iterations we did, which government also acknowledged, and they supported us with the funds. The Department of Science and Technology came into the picture. The Technology Development Board, TDB, came into the picture. We also got fundings from SIDBI. So all these helped us in having this infrastructure ready in Greater Noida. So that's the entire journey which we saw during this pandemic. Over to you, Paritosh.
Very interesting, and thank you so much for sharing this, Prateek. बहुत सारे lessons I am sure are
I'm losing.
जर्नी वो स्टार्टअप टू स्केल अप जाती है. I'm very sure speed अपने business को, as Basudha said the right way, अपने business को सही समय पे pivot करना, अपनी पूरी टीम को realign करके suddenly उनको एक single focus, एक single goal की तरफ लेकर जाना, it's just not easy, right? It's never easy actually, but that is what you need when you're fundamentally going from a startup to a scale-up phase. A lot of things will break in between, but then of course your leadership steps into the picture. On that note, I will run to Mayank. Mayank, I've known you, I've seen your journey very closely. How has it been for you, right? मतलब अभी आपको scale-up phase में नहीं पहुंचे हो, but of course from nowhere to of course having the first 300 customers with 56,000 employees using your product, it's quite a journey for you. Just give me the top 2 or 3 learnings that you've had from fundamentally nothing to of course going through the Reliance Accelerator and building this product.
So one thing, because there would be a lot of people who have come to the session to learn from our journey. The first thing I would say is that get mentors. Mentors are going to help journey smoothen it out like anything, right? So we started with a organization that only had 12 employees, right? For 12 employees, our product used to, I don't know, it would stand by the day, by the end, it will just vanquish. Like they call you in the office and scold you out, and it's completely understandable. That's your MVP, right? Then you would go to a 150 employee company and eventually to 100. Now, when you meet all these accelerators, nobody can teach you like how to do your business. But what they tell you is exactly how to approach it, right? In case, many a time it's not about knowing functional knowledge. It's also about the knowledge of where you can get that support. So in case if you're into payroll in India, right, there has to be certain labor laws that you should be wary of, right? When you go to these accelerator, you meet the kind of people who are actually drafting these labor laws, right? So once you connect with them, you know exactly before the law is coming into place, right? You are part of the discussions. You are part of the committees that you are now in the brainchild of how the labor laws can be reformed in the country. And I think that is something that everyone should look up to, right? Find as many mentors, find the right people, whichever segment you are in, whichever domain you are in, find the industry experts who kind of move the industry, right? If you can get them as mentors, I mean, good enough. Even if not, you can follow them. So we used to call ourselves like Eklavya to many drones. तो जाके बोलते थे कि सर आप सिखा रहे हो तो ठीक है, नहीं तो तब भी आपको फॉलो तो कर ही रहे, ठीक है। इवेंचुअली कीप ऑन राइटिंग मेल टू देम, और वो कुछ ना कुछ कनेक्ट करा ही देंगे या बिजनेस भी दे देंगे, ठीक है। तो बस लगे हुए थे, फिर 100 से 500 भी हुआ, कभी 1000। आज हम लोग 10-10 हजार एम्प्लॉइज की कंपनी को बस we can just walk in and pitch it. Like the software is, it's expansive. Like we have 18 modules. I mean, I don't know anyone knows about HRMS as such, but Indian payroll is like, it works at some combinations 2 to the power 46. मतलब इससे कम पे आपका payroll तक break हो जाएगा. You can't even run a seamless payroll, right? And then you've got performance management system, OKRs आ गया है, continuous feedback है, and we have got, I'm telling you, these are like next level solutions. All of them are vertical SaaS in themselves, right? And we are building the whole 18 suite of SaaS plus fintech solutions. I mean, we have just upgraded ourselves to like just if this has to be done, just do it. Many a times in the early days, हमारी तो टेस्टिंग टीम भी नहीं थी, तो क्लाइंट हमारे लिए खुद बोल देते थे, चलो तुम लाइव कर दो, मैं टेस्ट कर लूंगा. And we are very grateful to our clients. They knew it. So many of our clients, we are very grateful to them. They knew कि यार इनकी छोटी टीम है, 7 लोगों की टीम है. We were only, I think so, 15-member team when we got a chance to be with Bajaj. So Bajaj is our client, right? And trust me, we had like only 15 people, and there were like 12 modules we have given to them: finance, vendor, petty cash. These are like a universe in themselves. But yeah, coming back to the journey, is it all starts on day one. So wherever you are, don't worry, it's gonna take some time, but you will eventually get there. If you're struggling, find mentors who will help you reach there. Yeah, that's my only 2 pence. Over to you, Paritosh.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mayank, for keeping it super sharp. And of course, keeping time. What I will do is, there are 2 questions that have come from the audience. I will not leave them. The first one is, demand generation can be tricky when we can't run in-person events. Of course it is. How to bypass these issues? How do we build the funnel? I'm assuming जिसने भी ये question actually भेजा है, that's somebody in the B2B sector largely, because you're talking about building a funnel. Of course, there's funnel in B2C as well. Anybody who would want to take the first dig at it. So they're fundamentally talking about demand generation. हम कैसे करें, and how do we build the first funnel fundamentally, sir? Mayank, would you want to take this? Yes, sure. Please go ahead.
Okay, so there is a bullseye framework. It talks about 19 traction channels, which means if you are into demand gen, there are 19 channels only which demand can be generated. It's very quantified. Is one, SEO is one, events is one. Just go through it. I'll write it in the chat, and maybe you can have a look at it. So there it's a fixed channel. So if we started with, out of the 19, we tried with 12 channels. Those channels also include PR, unconventional PR, content writing. But what I'm trying to say is, there's an absolute way. You have to figure out what works for you, in what geography, in what demography, in what for what feature. ICP being primary. Okay.
Fantastic. Interesting. There's a question. I think Basudha would be the perfect person to answer this question. Basudha, the question says that, how do we transition to enterprise group of channel sales? How can we be prospecting for new deals in this environment? So, aapne, from just being a B2C sort of a travel company to actually a B2B unit, aapne alag se, of course, you've created. So how did you transition fundamentally from a B2C and separately that you sort of structured your company? Please answer this question. Basudha, you're on mute. We are unable to hear you. Yeah, that's fine.
No, I'm really sorry. Yeah. So identifying your B2B customer is a very tricky one. It doesn't come upfront to you. When you have set up your mind that you're going for a B2B, there's a lot of networking is required. So even though that particular person or the product is not relevant to you, not directly relevant to you, but it, in future, that person might be a bridge to the other person you're trying to reach. LinkedIn and other social media network, as Mayank shared, that play a very important role when you are going for a B2B. So don't go for a cheesy message writing, good morning, good night message, or as soon as you have a connection with one of the prospect of your the prospect that you have that you're in mind, and then you keep on chasing that person. No, don't do that, because that's a very cheesy way of doing a marketing to your business. You should understand, and before going and pitching your product to any XYZ person, just what I have understood and realized that understanding that particular person, that particular prospect, and their company vision is very important. Why don't you go that extra mile? What we do when we are preparing a presentation to give it to our any prospect, what we do, we create a very specialized PPT for that particular company. We talk about their mission, their vision company. Then we talk about what we can be a helping hand for them. And then there is another, the mathematical calculation that we do, and we say that this is this much amount we are going to save it to you. Understanding that you are already investing so much of amount there, and this is the value addition we are going to do to your company. Then that is, I have realized, learning from the mentors, of course, experience something which is a non-inventory. I mean, like you cannot pass it on to other. But when you learn from your mentors, you learn from the other people how they're doing business. That helps you that understanding and knowing that particular person, and then pitching that your product that person is more important. And second, as I said, networking is something which is inevitable. You can't live without in B2B space unless you are a very outspoken person.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Vasudha. Fantastic answer. I think एकदम clear-cut results to say. So a lot of learnings there for a lot of you actually. I have a clear ping from the host, 10 minutes remaining. I think there are just about 6 more remaining, in fact. On that note, I would actually, say out the third question, and I would request Aparna from the Thrive team to take over. The third question is, as many would address these times to be an opportunity, how do you evaluate the risk versus opportunity in the model of a business? Largely बड़ा fundamental सा question है. Customer का पैसा बचाओ, customer को पैसे कमाओ, उसका risk कम करो, यही सारा business है. But in such times, extraordinary times, COVID and all of that, how do you see risk versus opportunity? Before I take that question to all the esteemed panelists, I would since there are about 5 minutes left entire session, I would also have to plug out a little early. I'm sorry for that, because I've just gotten a ping for an extremely critical I need to be a part of. I know the session had to be till 4:20, but I'm leaving it at 4:15. I deeply apologize for that. But of course, the session goes on for the next 5 minutes. मैं बिल्कुल चुप रहूँगा, कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा. The session goes on. Aparna from the Thrive team will take this question. Thank you very much, panelists and everyone else, for bearing with me, and thank you so much for inviting over the very best to each and everyone. Thank you so much. Lots of blessings. Please, and Vasudha, I think thank you so much. And Vasudha, by the way, I think the third question, you should totally take it, because ये risk versus opportunity वाला part आपने बड़े अच्छे से खेला है. आप please बताओ इसको.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so as I said, whenever there is a risk, there is always an opportunity. People confuse, there is so much of confusion. As soon as the COVID came, a lot of people taken back और उन्होंने अपना धंधा बंद कर दिया. A lot of economic science में बहुत सारे हमने ऐसे न्यूज पढ़े, लोगों ने आत्महत्या कर ली, लोगों ने, a lot of people have, there's a lot of negativity going around. Then there's some people like Mayank and Sudhanshu जैसे लोग जिन्होंने and the other person, like even I'm also a very opportunist person, so I find this as an opportunity. I said कि अच्छा अगर कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है, so why not make that thing as a let's pivot our the slogan of our organization. Let's pivot what we are going to sell to the customer. अपना प्रोडक्ट सेम रहता है, बट हम तरीका बदल देते हैं बेचने का. हम टैगलाइन चेंज कर देते हैं. and that attracts your customer. And this happens in my case where हम पहले same product बेच रहे थे, but as soon as we change our pitch, it totally changed. लोगों का mindset change हो गया. People started following us. People started taking our product and calling ourselves, calling to us. So this is how we have, opportunity or threat is go, lines. So you need to see कि आप कौन से मतलब path पे जाना चाहते हो, whether you are going to jump on the other side or you keep on the same like मेरे को तो opportunist ही रहना है. So this is how my take into this particular question.
Great. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for this amazing answer. So we have a minute or two left, and I would just request all the panelists to quickly have a concluding sentence or something they want to say to our startups and our delegates. Should we start with Mayank?
Oh, yeah. I'll just add to what Vasudha said on the last line. I don't know, this is from Schindler, but economies rise, people make money. When economies fall, some people make more money, which is basically that the allocation of opportunity changed with COVID, right? If you're into digital play, SaaS gained much. Some of the healthcare gained much. So what I'm trying to say is you have to understand how risk averse or risk lover you are, and you can always find opportunities wherever you are. Second is don't look in for a short-term gain. It might be stormy now, but it is not gonna rain forever. You'll get some good opportunities. Just stick to the path. It's a long haul. Find great mentors. And yeah, we are always available. Just the panel here, I think, including us, you can just ping us up, catch, try to understand what you're trying to do, maybe business plan, anything that you're struggling with. We try to help people out. There is always help if you're looking for it, right? So just it's all about your conviction. If you are convinced where you want to take your startup to, it will see the light of the day for sure. Yeah.
Great.
Over to you, Panna.
Prateek, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, I totally agree with Mayank onto this. And there is always some kind of an opportunity in every hurdle we face, in every problem which we see. And in India, we have like countless of problems. And in COVID, we have witnessed more such problems. And as our company, as NanoClean, we always strive towards solving what is the most or what is one of the most critical problems in the country at the moment. Previously or till now is the air pollution, then the COVID pandemic. And for us, it has always been not to provide something which is more economical, which is more affordable, but rather than work on the genuineness, on the authenticity of the products. So when I say this statement, it means that you will find n number of N95 products into the market, but how much are you confident about the authenticity, whether they are authentic product or not, whether they can prevent you from corona virus, which is just 200 nanometers. So are these N95 well efficient enough to protect you? Well, these are the points which as NanoClean we try to answer in a very in the best possible manner, and that's where our ethics lies.
Great. Snehanshu, would you like to have some words?
Yeah, I think I'll just end with saying that anyone who's listening to this, if you're planning to start up, just focus on building something that people want to use and with that what people would love to use, and keep trying till you figure out what is working for you. There'll be opportunities that will come for Kagas to happen. There was a Black Swan event kind of happened where Chinese apps got banned and we were ready with a good product available. That was the moment that we captured. So just keep trying, opportunities will come your way, and all the best to everyone. Yeah.
Great.
And just to conclude that,
right, Vasudha,
so you should always, I would like to conclude what Prateek and Sudhanshu said. Like you should always give reason for your customer to choose you. What Prateek did, like with the mask, that he gave the reason to choose their product. You should always give that reason to your customer. And one thing we always miss out, that when we are creating a product, we are so much engrossed in creating a product that we left out the sales part. So it is very important that sales should go from the day one. Okay, and sales is something which is it's like understanding people before jumping to sell your product. Just understand the people. It's not only to understand the market. It's also important that you should understand that people you're going to sell that product to.
Fantastic, great. So with that, I guess we'll close the session. Thank you so much to all our amazing panelists, our speakers for being with us today. Thank you to all our delegates. And of course, please stay tuned for more such exciting conversations. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Tech Startup Ecosystem Meet. On behalf of IMAI and all of you, I heartily welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Ajay Kumar Garg, Senior Director and Scientist, Ministry of Electronics and Information, Government of India. Welcome, sir. While any other words would not do justice to brief out about your profile, sir, I would like to give a quick brief to our audience. An engineer by qualification, a technocrat by profession, and a champion of information technology by choice, Dr. Garg is an experienced technocrat and a veteran in the IPR. Dr. Garg has initiated and implemented various schemes to support international patent protection by SMEs and technology startups. Currently serving as Director in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Dr. Garg is handling a variety of responsibilities, including heading the International Cooperation Division, a critical arm of MeitY to promote international trade and cooperation and e-commerce matters. Welcome, sir. I request you to kindly grace our audience with the valedictory session.
Thank you, IMI. Thank you, Hackathon. Thank you, Government of Haryana. It's an honor to be part of this very important event. I know IMI has been doing some very good work on bringing digital companies onto a platform where Indian digital companies can actually compete with the global partners. Technology is the key to future growth that everyone understands. And how do we bring technology to the forefront in the India's growth story is what we have been discussing at various forums, and I think that's the main topic on which Thrive Tech is based upon. We all understand that we are going through a very, very difficult phase in the development of mankind. No one of us, the oldest or the youngest, has ever faced a situation which is to concern both economically and on the health front of the magnitude that we are facing today. The mankind is challenged by a virus, and I feel that the mankind is in need of technology to fight this virus. And that's the key that drives technology for the future. If you look at what has been our past and what is our future, we would see two very distinct geographies. We have been in the digital part, have been mainly a services-oriented industry where 54% of the global trade on outsourcing has been captured by Indian companies. These Indian companies started off young in the early 90s. Maybe they can be called as startups of those days and grew into global giants of today. And that's where the $180 billion services industry stands today. But at the same time, while we were doing excellent on the services part, our development on innovation, our development on digital products, and our development on solving societal problems through digital technologies was a missing link. We did not thrive much, and we had only, as far as the industry is concerned, we had only $8 billion to show as the might of Indian digital products. Whereas if you look at one single digital company in the Silicon Valley, whether it's Google or Facebook and others, they have a magnitude which is much larger than this. But then theirs were a model of proprietary digital platforms that actually thrived on consumer experiences mainly. And they were able to touch base on the first 1.5 billion people of the world. In the year 2013 around, India came up with a very innovative concept of having a biometric signature or an identity of every individual called an Aadhaar. 3 years down the line, we came up with a platform called the Unified Payment Interface. Why I'm talking about these are public digital platforms that actually connect every citizen, whether rich or poor, whether digitally literate or not, to the digital world. The growth of both Aadhaar and UPI has been phenomenal and has been a role example by which the public digital platforms can bring in massive innovation and improvement in efficiencies in systems. And that was a game changer point at which India actually entered the digital product space or digital innovation space with a very different model where the low cost frugal solutions connecting the last person on the map to digital technologies was the focus. So we all of a sudden created a market for 7.5 billion global people, whereas the proprietary digital platforms of the Silicon Valley can only touch base on the top 1.5 billion population of the world. At the same time, during this period, India started emerging as an important startup destination. A startup system which actually thrived on frugal, low-cost technologies solving problems of the society, whether they are in healthcare, whether they are in education, whether they are in transportation, logistics, supply of goods and services. You take anything, and these digital technologies have actually been, these startups have actually been able to help solve societal problems at low cost. What was required for the system was that how do we actually nurture this? How do we incorporate all of this into our next generation growth? And both the state governments as well as the central government thought that it will be important that these companies are given maximum benefits and maximum support so that they can be part of our next generation growth story to take India to a $1 trillion digital economy and an overall economy of a size of 5 trillion by 2025. And in this context, my ministry, or the Ministry of Electronics and IT, came up with an array of schemes to support this. The first and the foremost that I will talk about is that if the IT sector grew from few hundred million to 180 billion in 25 years or so, the software technology parks of India providing plug and play facility and a single window clearances for all export related challenges these ITs companies face had a very stellar role to play in this growth. Whereas the experience of STPI in supporting the IT industry had to be leveraged to the fullest. It had to grow from services to innovation and product ecosystem, and that was required. MeitY realized this fact and came up with first the National Policy on Software Product 2019. At the same time, it developed around 15 center of excellences around major places where STPI is connected to traditional industry. If Pune is an IT capital, it is at the same time a small important hub of automobile manufacturing. So we established a center of excellence on automotive electronics or automotive vehicles at Pune, connecting the traditional automobile industry and the IT industry both together. Both the important IT industry, whether it's Tech Mahindra or 5G or so, are partners to this. At the same time, the Tata Motors, the Mahindras, the JDs, and many other automobile industries, as well as their testing and research facilities, have are participating in this. The point I want to make is that we have been driving digital to other sectors of economy where we find the next generation growth. The tier 2 and tier 3 cities where the IT industry is missing, it is only concentrated on 8 cities in the country, but STPI has got its facilities in more than 60 places. So what we thought that we'll use this infrastructure to promote startups in these, and we came up with a next generation incubation scheme for STPI to establish incubation facilities in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. 15 have already been established and 10 more will be established within a year. And they have been supporting around 600 startups in the tier 2, tier 3, where we find that the problems are of bigger magnitude and they require digital solutions to solve them. The next important thing is that if in a technology space, the academia, the government, and the industry both have to have a joint relationship and a mutual understanding which needs to thrive to bring technology and convert that into economics or commercial benefits. India has done well on education. At the same time, we have some of the best premier institutes of the country in the form of IITs, IIMs, AIMS, and ICARs and all these. But the missing point was that the research that was being done mainly through public funded programs did not convert into commercial benefits. What we thought is that instead of they doing a technology transfer, let's come up with a scheme where we allow a researcher to be an entrepreneur. The Technology Incubation and Development of Entrepreneurs scheme, where we established 51 incubation facilities in institutes of higher learning and research, have been established. And they are actually bringing technology from research institutes for commercial benefits. The next thing I will talk about is that no relationship in India is complete without a center-state partnership. Center-state and the industry coming together. We came up with a scheme called the Center of Excellence schemes, where we are establishing Center of Excellence in conjunction with the state governments at various places. So in Gurugram, there is a Center of Excellence on IoT, a Center of Excellence on blockchain. So it is, and we say that whereas both Haryana government and Government of India has participated in the Center of Excellences, we are actually inviting problems from the state government to be solved by these state Center of Excellences. So we ensure an active participation of the state government, not only through funds, but also through their physical participation. So we have established more than 26 such Center of Excellences around in different states in the country, where the state, the government, and the industry are joint partners. The next thing I will want to talk about is that whereas we talk about startups, we have more than 50,000 startups. Only 34 graduated to be unicorns, and we see around 16 more in few years. The number of companies which are $1 million or plus are very few in number as compared to the 50,000 that we have. We need to grow. If we have a battery of young entrepreneurs solving problems which are commercially viable, there is a need for support to convert these ideas into successful business ventures. And what is required is two things: a need for a venture fund or an investment fund, and a need for a market, the initial market where they can showcase the strength of their solutions for solving problems, whether it's for the government or for the state, for the industry or for the public. For the investment fund, I will talk about two schemes: the Electronic Development Fund that Government of India came, which CanBank is running, It's where we actually take the manufacturing companies and support them with investment funds to convert their electronic manufacturing ideas into successful business ventures. And at the same time, we also are trying to bring in the software product development fund, which is a scheme where we are actually doing a very, very innovative idea that it is a 25,000 crore fund to be invested in young software product companies or digital companies. But the difference between this fund and earlier funds is that in India, the venture or the rupee capital is missing because of the reason that our public financial institutions are averse to investing in venture funds. The pension funds, the LICs, and the insurance companies do not invest in the venture funds directly. We, through this fund, are making an attempt to actually bring them as partners and invest 4,000 crores, government invests 1,000 crores, and we get a private sector investment of 20,000 to create a corpus of 125,000, which will in turn will create a 1,25,000 crore product ecosystem in the country, and which is important for the next generation growth of the IT industry. We also need to understand that if there are problems in the government, if the government needs to adopt innovation, it cannot be through traditional procurement processes. These processes have been age-old and has always actually taken well-proven technologies, and innovation cannot be bought through this. During the COVID period, when we realized that the virtual mode is the mode by which man-to-man or human-to-human connect will happen. If you have to have your meetings or if you have to connect with anyone, it has to be through a video conferencing solution. There were concerns about the video conferencing solutions available from some foreign companies, about the security, about the data traveling out of the country, and many other issues. We thought that let's bring Indian innovators participate in a challenge, which we ran through the Mighty Startup Hub. I'll talk about the Mighty Startup Hub after this, and find out the possible Indian companies which can provide an alternate to the Zooms and the Googles and the WebEx of the world. You'll be happy to note that 1,982 entrepreneurs actually applied under that challenge. It took us all the effort to actually bring them down, but we were not able to actually bring them down to one, which was the initial motive of this. But we brought them, and we actually adopted 4 video conferencing solutions for the government, which is now known as the Bharat Video Conference. 4 solutions. The government has now decided that all its meetings and all its interactions will only happen on these video conference solutions provided by young entrepreneurs. You'll be happy to note that even the Wipros and the Tatas and the SCLs participated in this program, but the winner was a small-time entrepreneur from a small town called Alleppey in Kerala. That is the power of Indian innovation, and that we were doing. Now we are running similar challenges around manufacturing, promoting manufacturing. We are running a challenge for the Jal Shakti mission at present, where we are finding a IoT-based network solution which is low cost, so that a good quality and quantity drinking water can be ensured to every citizen, which is the objective of the Honorable Prime Minister's Independence Day declaration in 2019, that every citizen will get a good quality and quantity drinking water by 2025. And that, with that objective in mind, how do we monitor it? We are running a challenge to find out an IoT solution. At the same time, if a vaccine is to be distributed to every citizen based on a pre-conceptualized a priority list, there has to be a digital solution which adopts that. You must be aware that Aragya Setu was a brainchild of a young entrepreneur from Bangalore, adopted by the government, and now is a solution of the government, which has been of great help in fighting the COVID. At the same time, the quarantine bans and many other solutions which actually or alternates to ventilators, we have never been able to manufacture a good quality ventilator prior to COVID. But in the COVID period, many of our innovators came up with a battery of solutions around ventilators, which one thought at that time was the solution to fight COVID. Now the challenge is that how do you distribute vaccine? How do you monitor vaccine distribution? And how do you ensure that the temperature and other parameters of such vaccines are maintained to keep its efficacy involved? And we are very soon, within 2 or 3 days, a COVID grand challenge will be coming, where will we ask entrepreneurs and innovators to propose solutions which can provide a logistic support over a COVID platform. The limited point I want to drive is that we have found an alternate to procure traditional procurement methods, that now we are routing future innovations to be adopted in India through Indian companies through a challenge route, and that the mighty startup has been there. So you will be I've not talked about the mighty startup hub, so I thought I'll keep it to the last. Now, all this innovation, tech innovation ecosystem needs to be integrated. The tech innovation ecosystem does not end with providing small seed funds or an incubation facility. It has to be, you have to go much beyond that. You have to give them a strong mentor support because it's a deep tech world, where they need different type of expertise to mature the solution. They require a battery of facilities to be provided to actually mature the solution. So if someone sitting in Patiala needs a clean room to develop a semiconductor, and if an IIT Bombay has its clean room free for 3 hours a day, that can be provided to such individuals, and interconnect has to happen. So what we did is we created a mighty startup hub that interconnects the whole tech startup ecosystem onto a single platform. It brings together all the facilities. It brings together all the tech startups. It brings together all the tech incubators. It brings together the mentors. And at the same time, it also brings access to large companies which might to partner with the young startups for their next generation growth, or their endeavor to promote acceleration to such startups. And the mighty startuphub.in is a very, very important platform to provide such support. So the limited point I want to drive is that besides what all the Startup India is doing, which you might be aware of, what MSME is doing, what DST is doing, and what the state governments is doing. I know through the Hackathon, Haryana government is taking a battery of initiatives to promote startups. So everyone in the government is excited about our tech capabilities, the tech capabilities of startups, and Government of India as well as the state governments are coming forward to provide all necessary supports to make them succeed and grow. That is but what I want to drive at this point is to the startups is that their journey does not end with solving problems through technology. That is a point at which their journey starts. They need to look at that the sky is the limit if they have a feasible solution that can solve problems for the mankind. We as governments and many of the large industries are committed to their next generation growth, and will provide them all necessary support for making them grow. I give you an assurance from part of my ministry and the Government of India, and I know there are many people from the state government to also ready to give such assurances, and I like to see that by next 4 years, 25% of the total revenue in the digital space comes from such deep tech startups. Thank you once more for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us here today. It was an absolute pleasure to hear you. Thank you for sharing the concluding remarks for the event. I would like to conclude the event on this note. I would like to thank all our partners and all our attendees for joining in. Thank you. See you next year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.